All right, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, you guys are having a fantastic day today. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Fortnite Battle Royale live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, let's freaking go, baby. Yo, what's up, Mike Fire, David Gaming? We got King of the Bears Gaming wins. Matthew, Braden, John, Pedro, Robert, Epic, Jason, Will, Pedro, Tommy, Christian, Grumpy, Angel, Reapers, BO3 Basketball. We got Corey Dixon up in here, Avante, Master Gamer, and Adam. Welcome over to the Twitch stream. I am Reckless. Ryan, Sebastian, Zach, Mr. Ziotic. Welcome to the stream, Angel. How you doing today, Peyton? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys are all having a fantastic, let's see, what day is it today? I don't even know. Yo, Higgsy, what's up, my man? Welcome to the stream. Is today, today is Friday. It's Friday, guys. Who would have thunk it? Yo, welcome to the stream, guys. Really hope you guys all had a fantastic day. So we've got a lot of really cool new stuff here in Fortnite, and we're going to be like testing literally everything out here today. We're going to be buying all the newest skins, some new outfits, some new emotes, if you guys didn't know that those were available as well. What's up, Outcast? We already have over 400 people in here. You guys are absolutely insane. Drop a like in the stream if you guys are enjoying it so far, and subscribe to the channel if you are new, although I'm assuming most of you guys that are in here right now are part of the hashtag notification squad, so let's get it. That's a clean hoodie. Where'd you get that from? You know, it's interesting you bring this up, Super Slasher. This hoodie right here, this one you're talking about, this is, you're right. First of all, you are correct in assuming that this is a very clean hoodie. This is actually from shop.prohenis.com. If you're curious, there will be a graphic on screen from shop.prohenis.com. It's just that, man. It's just that crazy notification squad, bro. Yo, that's what I'm saying, man. All right, we got these notifications coming in here. All right, pretty good. Closing all those out. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and lower that. Get back into Fortnite here. What's up, Aqua? How you doing today, Asia? What's up, Rumbling? How you doing today, Hypnosis and Jelly Bean? How do you pronounce your name? Nikolai Q. Welcome to the stream. All right, yo, let's go ahead and hop into a game. Right here, right now. What's up, Mimi? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good one. Yo, so we got Games Tech, who came in with a £2, and we got Glowboy Danny, who also came in with a $1. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yo, I'm ready to grind some more Fortnite, man. We're almost level 96, guys, which is crazy. On that road to one day, ladies and gentlemen, we will reach level 100 in Fortnite here for the second season. I hope.
Happy Friday, man. It's time to party, haha.
It's time to party, man. It's time to party. Appreciate that dono, brother. Corey Dixon, thank you so much. By the way, guys, can you go ahead and do me a favor? Hey, Candy Beach, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Can you guys do me a favor? Oh, I forgot to get the new pickaxe and the new outfit. We'll go ahead and do that after this game. I'm going to have to remind myself. Road to level 100. Road to level 100. Did I say level 1000? If I did, I meant to say level 100. Either way, guys, can you let me know if there's duplicate audio for the donation notifications? Can you guys let me know if there's duplicate audio? Because there's a chance that there might be. I think I fixed it, but to be honest, I'm not sure. I only changed one quick thing. So it could very well still be a serious problem. I don't know. But when the notification here, I'll play it one more time here. Do you guys hear that twice? I'm assuming you guys probably hear that twice, unfortunately. Hey, what's up, Lone Wolf? How you doing today, man? How do you donate? There's a link in the description down below, guys. No duplicate. Oh, that's nice. But you guys can hear the audio, though, right? There's new. Can you guys hear the music? That's the next big thing. Can you guys hear the music? Just once, dude. All good. All good, man. All good. And if you guys can hear the music, then that means I would manage to do exactly what I wanted to do, which is awesome. Can you not, brother? No music? God damn it. Okay. Ooh-wee. He had an AR. No AR ammo. Okay. Yikes, no music. All right, hold on. I think I'll be able to fix that here in a second, guys. Medkit right there. Can't tell if he decided to run out the back or not. Me hop right in here and get this. I think my guess would be he's underground right now. Grab all this stuff. Okay. Shop right in here. I think he's gonna be in the basement of this building. That'd be my Oh. Okay. Okie dokie, man. You do you, brother. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and drop that. We'll pick up that for right now. Who's ready, chat? Who's ready for an extravaganza? He's about to drop right in. He's got to drop right in. You can hear the music, but it's just very low. Oh, there is music. Music is just very, very low. How is it now? How's the music now? Might be a little bit better now. Oh, wait a minute. Ooh. It's good now. It's good. It's loud. Bear says it's too loud. I like to trust Bear. But everybody else is saying it's good. So we're just going to leave it right there for right now. If it ends up being too loud, you guys just let me know. Thought we're going to get one more swipe on it. Alright, perfect. Maybe I did actually end up fixing the audio issues. Woo-wee! I'm a wizard, Harry. Alright, hold on. Little louder? It's too loud. It's too loud. Alright, I'm going to turn it down just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Okay? I'm not looking for it to be overpowering. I want it to be like sort of nice, soothing background music. I'll be able to like get a good hear for once the stream ends and stuff. You don't hear static though. Ooh, ooh. If we're not hearing static, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I thought I had out my shotgun. I thought I had out my shotgun, bro. I want to donate, but I have no money. Hey, Snips, no worries, man. No worries. That's way better. Okay, good, good, good. Hey, my dude. I was so close to so close to another win, but came third because of a glitch in Epic. Damn, that sucks, bro. That sucks. Yeah, at the very end there, bro, I'm hip firing that dude with my AR. That's really not what you're supposed to do in gunfights like that, for sure. For sure. Music is perfect. All right, perfect, perfect. Oh, I forgot to change my skin. I'm gonna back out, guys. So I'm gonna put on. I have the brand new emote, the brand new salt emote, which is so sick. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, by the way, make sure you go ahead and drop a like on it. Would really, really appreciate it. But yeah, let's go ahead and check out the item shop because there are some more skins here that I want to buy. The Cuddle Bear. Okay, I feel like I should definitely try this out, even though that looks ridiculously stupid. It's 2,000 V-Bucks. That's really the only big obnoxious thing. Oh, and I'm glad I bought that salt emote because that's already gone. Look at that. Ooh, it's just so clean, so clean. Yo, Michael Williams, thank you so much for the $1 donation, my man. Let's get some Michael hype in the chat. Appreciate that, brother. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and buy 2,000. Well, how much do I need? Can I get away with 1,500? No, I can't even get away with 1,000. So I have to buy. Oh, dude. I could just buy 2 of these, and that's cheaper. But I'm probably gonna end up buying some more stuff in the future. All right, so I gotta buy $2,500. I gotta buy $25 worth of V-Bucks, man. Like, are you kidding me, dude? That's so obnoxious, man. Oh. Hey, what's good, Alfredo? How you doing today, Mendy? What can you do with coins? Enter into massive giveaways that I do at the end of every month. That's the biggest thing. All right, go to the item shop. We're buying this ridiculously stupid-looking bear. Holy Lord! And we want to get the. I want to get the plunger too. The plunger looks sick. All right, we'll go to my locker. We've got that on. And we've got the brand new salt emote. God damn it, dude. That looks so freaking cool. All right, how's that new pickaxe, man? That's pretty funny. If you guys don't know, this was made for Ninja's Hyper. So he made a joke on stream apparently that he would use a plunger. That he would use a plunger for his as a harvesting tool. And so what they did, they took that literally and then put a katana through it. You know, his name's Ninja, so they put a katana through it. I thought that was pretty lit. Yo, sorry, Dream Crusher. I'm gonna be playing. Thanks, man. Oops. I'm gonna play some solos right now. Oops. What's up, Aqua? Ninja Omega Lol. Yeah. I mean, I don't really look like a ninja right now, that's for sure. I've got this sort of very interesting panda suit on. We'll try to get some cool gameplays with it. You're a failure. All right, Jacob. You're right, man. I'm a failure. Henis, can you give me a shout out? Yo, DNC Entertainment. Shout out to you, man. Brady is weak because he has deflated balls. Damn. What's up, JP? Welcome to the stream. What's up, BZ Gamer and Shane? I sprained my arm and I have a cast for 3 weeks. Redstone Gamer. Best of luck to you in your recovery. I've actually never broken anything in my life. When am I going to do more BO3 zombies? Hypnos? Probably not anytime soon, man. I really hate to burst people's bubble, but that's just... It's going to be a while, man. It's going to be a while. Just simply because I'm so obsessed with Fortnite. I just love Fortnite, you know. I really can't see myself doing anything other than Fortnite right now. Like, I'm going to do... I'm not completely giving up zombies. That's, like, the big thing that I want to make, like, everybody really aware of. Like, I'm not giving up zombies. I just really like to focus on the games I'm, like, really, really into right now. And that, for me, right now is Fortnite, you know. All right, I'm going to go Fatal. Dude, look at how ridiculous this outfit looks. Like, this is a really bad way to actually stand out. Like, you can't really be stealthy with this at all. We're not going to be able to do any bush camping with this outfit at all. Make sure you guys do drop a like. We've got 200 likes in the stream. You guys are absolute legends. Less than 100 away from 300. You guys are... Chat's on a roll. Hey, yo, what's up, Winter? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Did Ninja see your tweet? Yeah, he did. He did actually see the tweet. And he ended up responding to it. He said, GG, good fight, brother. Which, honestly, that just meant the world to me. Even though, like, I sort of went back and I, like, dissected the fight a little bit to try to learn from it. And in all honesty, Ninja just absolutely destroyed me. And there's a lot of things I would have done differently. Like, if I could go back and redo that gunfight, I would have done a lot of things differently. But that's sort of like the whole live and learn process, you know? I don't know. He's probably still going to school me if we ever play again, but... One day, guys, one day. I hope to stand up to a test. Maybe put a little bit more damage into him. I just made some really big crucial mistakes, you know. Yo, Glowboy Danny comes in with another dono. Thank you so much, man. He donates $2 and says, hi. What's poppin', brother? What's poppin', my man? Yo, appreciate you coming to the stream. Let's get some hype in the chat for my man Glowboy. Thank you so much, bro, for coming out to the stream. Alright, so I think I heard shots over here. Ooh. Oh, no, wait. The shots are over there. But I think... That's so weird, bro. Like... I don't know why I heard shots in the... Like, literally behind me. Okay. Here's a dude right here. Yo, he's about to be pissed. Hold on. There we go, baby. Hey, what's up, Darren? How you doing today, man? Yo, Matt Grossman. I'm doing good, brother. I'm doing good. Welcome to the stream. Oh, shoot. No. No. Do that, and then do that. Can have a couple of warm-up games here, guys. We will get a W here for you guys today, though. 100%. You guys already know it's going to happen. It's bound to happen. I don't know if I'm feeling any lag right now. It's kind of hard to tell. Hey, what's up, Card Skills? I probably should end up... You know what I should do? I should play the new shooting test, in all honesty. That's what I should be doing. I should play the new shooting test, because right now I'm just playing the regular solos. And since the new shooting test is solo, I might as well be playing that. Like, there's really no excuse for me not to play that. Yeah. I mean, any of that. You guys know we're going to be increasing our building skills, man. What, no crossbow? Yeah, I probably should take the crossbow in all honesty, but I really wanted the boogie bomb. I haven't used a boogie in a while. Next time I come across a crossbow, though, I'll be sure to pick one up. Because, like, you guys were getting really triggered at me the other day on stream. Like, when I wasn't picking up any crossbows. Because, like, I had already tried out the crossbow and gotten a couple kills with it. And I don't know, I was just sick in that stream and I really wanted to get a win. And, like, obviously the crossbow isn't, like, necessarily... You know, when you're looking for try-hard weapons to actually get a W, the crossbow usually really isn't on the list. It would have been cool to get, but I was just like, nah, man, I gotta I hear him.
When I get my taxes, I'ma be top donator.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me head back in here. Yo, Glowboy donates another $2. God damn it, man. Well, I guess I could go back for the crossbow. I don't know if that guy had one though. If that guy had a crossbow, we'll definitely pick it up. God damn it, dude. I did not mean to. I thought I had my mini potions out, man. Rip, rip, rip. What's up, Hazel? Welcome to the stream. All right, I'm just gonna take. Yeah, we'll just take that for right now, I guess. I'm not gonna go back for the crossbow. Yeah, that's me dancing for your $2 there, Glowboy. Thank you so much for your $2 donation, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support, brother. Let's get some Glowboy hype in the chat. He says, when I get my taxes, I'm gonna be top donator. Huh? I don't know how that makes any sense. What's up, Aiden Fisher? Who misses his zombie streams, bro? It's been a while since I've done zombie streams. It's been a while. But hey, you know what, man? I kind of like the progression of, I don't know, there's something satisfying about changing the progression of a channel. I don't know, there's just something like the pursuit of growing an audience in a new game. I don't know, for me that's exciting. You know, and obviously you'll get to the point, like any content creator wants to get to that point where like they can stream anything and still pull like serious amounts of viewers, you know? That's really the point that I want to get to. And I'm a long way from that, but you know, part of the whole journey is changing up your content, you know? And doing stuff different. Being a maverick. You gotta be a maverick, dude. You gotta be a maverick. Oh, did he die? I guess he died. Okay, cool. Makes my life a lot easier. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go see what these guys had down here. Hey, what's up, Savage? How you doing today, my man? I'm starting to feel a little good right now, chat. You gotta get the early day, the early game buzz out of your system, you know? It's what it takes. Once you get that buzz out of your system, man, you're set. You're cruising. Just gotta hit that cruising altitude when you're playing. Get that concentration. You'll be set. I like your videos. Yo, thank you, SAO fan. I actually have a really cool video coming out for you guys tomorrow. Those of you guys who were watching my stream 2 days ago will most likely know what this video is about. Or some of you will have already seen... Actually, you know what? No. This video will be brand new, regardless of whether or not you've watched any of my streams. Some of you guys may be aware that this happened, but like the clips that and what you're going to see are like brand new to all of you. The video that I'm uploading is so incredibly cool. I don't want to give too much away because I don't know, I want to build some hype around this video. Actually, no, I'm just gonna tell you guys what it was. For those of you guys who were in my stream a couple days ago, I ran into Ninja. And he ended up killing me in a 1v1. And I didn't realize it was him. I didn't even realize I was in the same game as him. Until he ended up killing me, and I see his name come up on screen, and I'm like, oh my god. That's so sick. And so I turned it into a whole video of him killing me. And then less than 12 hours later, I'm starting up a live stream the next day. And in my very first game on. Hold on, guys. a second here, guys. I gotta concentrate on this. This dude killed somebody else. Whew. What's that, Mag Roseman? So yeah, I ended up getting into a gunfight with Ninja. He ended up killing me, then I ended up killing him. And so I show both of those, and then I leave you guys with a really, really cool solo game that I had. It's a pretty cool stream, and I think you guys are really, really gonna enjoy it. Let me grab that. Grab those. Goddamn. Hey, listen, man. I ain't trying to cause any controversy out here. It's like if we could just call it a mood point, carry on, that'd be great. I have no idea where this dude even is. Definitely in there. We found him, boys. We found him. The hell we got going on over here? I don't think anybody's in that. This is a really bad idea. Is this actually gonna work? No freaking way, dude. Somebody clip that, please. Woo. GG's to that guy, man. Huh. The altitude on this is a little weird. Sniper shot behind me. Oh, he's up there. Ooh. Come on, man. Gotta reload it. What am I hitting? Can't tell what I'm hitting here. That outfit must have. Oh, I know. It's quite special. Hey, can you not, bro? Like, bro, listen. Okay, listen, man. I'm just trying to focus on you for now, okay? Whoa. Hang on.
Welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How tough are you?
I'm really trying to get killed by this guy, and I don't know where he went. Yo, Robin, thank you so much for that sponsor, though. I appreciate that. Let's get some... What was the name exactly? Actually, no, we gotta go up here. What am I even doing? If I don't get shot in the back right now, like, I'm gonna be actually surprised. But yo, I'm Robin HD. Thank you so much for that sponsor. I seriously appreciate that. Let's get some Robin hype in the chat. Really, really appreciate that support. You know, enjoy your custom emotes. I just got shot at. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, bro. Oh, jeez. Okay. Check this other guy's supplies. Then we should be good to go. More building, more building, more building. Okay, okay, okay. Check what this dude had. Oh, dude, why do I have 0 wood? Wait a second. This dude better have a lot. Did I drop a ton of wood up here? Because there's no way I used that much to get all the way up here. There's a drop right there. I'm most likely going to go for that. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Thank you. What was that, bro? There's more people behind me, too. I really gotta worry about this. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, there's 2 of these? You gotta be kidding me. Of course there's 2 of them, bro. Alright, there's 7 people left. Ooh, man. I honestly don't know what to do. I think I'm gonna actually drop those. Take that. I'm actually gonna take the RPG, believe it or not. Just because I really want to get a W first game on. I feel like that'd be kind of nice. Let me go back up here and check this dude's loot. Because I am so confident this guy had wood. I could really use some wood right now. Did I just not pick it up? Or it all got stuck right there? You gotta be kidding me. Is that where all of it went? No. There's footsteps around here. Sorry guys, I'm gonna concentrate for right now. I appreciate you guys all being in the stream, but I gotta concentrate on this. Oh, God, Henis, you can't be missing stuff like that, bro. I like awkwardly tried to find more space on my mouse pad, and that just didn't work there. Okay, okay, okay. Win this, I believe. Yo, thank you, Peanut Man. All right, we got plenty of wood now. Thank God. You'd be kidding me. Wow, what a really awkward angle to come out of. hell? God, look at the head on this thing. It blocks so much of your view. There he is. Just fall to your death. 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 You're gonna get trapped in the storm, bro. Like. What the hell, bro? Oh my god. Yo, drop a like on the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe if you guys are new. First win of the day. First game of the day. That's what I'm talking about. GG's, ladies and gentlemen. GG's. I was wondering what that guy was doing. I was like, there's no way he's back up on the mountain because the storm's closing in. And he's just chilling up there. Yo, GG's to that guy. GG's. Let's get it. Yo, 700 viewers in the stream. When you guys do subscribe, if you are new, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. All right, you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to go on to the shooting test. Because we might as well keep testing this out. I don't know really yet if I have a firm opinion on whether or not the shooting test is good or not. I don't know. Because, like, I'm not even sure if I'm even solid on, like, what exactly is the difference between regular solos and the new shooting test. I think, from what I understand, if I were to guess, I'm not confident on this, but I think they've just guaranteed it so that your first shot always goes right where your crosshair is. Just your first shot. And so if that's the case, that would make sense why weapons like the scoped AR seem like they've been buffed and appear to be really, really good, right? But I don't know. What's up, Card Skills? Nice skills, bro. Yo, thank you. I sent you the clip from earlier. Oh, thank you, Super Sachi. Yeah, the one of me. Yeah. I don't know the difference. Yeah, to be honest with you, it's interesting. Yo, best gamer alive. Thank you so much for that 10 bomb, bro. Top D of the day. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the support. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it, man. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Yo. You are the man, Super Sasha. You are, excuse me, Squirtle. Super Sasha, you're the man, too. Cheers for that W, Dad. Yo, Squirtle, thank you so much for the 25, man. You're an absolute god. Let's get some Squirtle hype in the chat. Thank you so much, bro, for that sponsor. Or for that $25 donation, not a sponsor. Better than a sponsor. $25 in donos, man. No, Henis. Henis, get out of here. Yeah. Destroy that for me, brother. Destroy that for me, brother. Bro, I thought he was completely blind, not gonna notice me, and then I get down there. But let's get some Squirtle hype in the chat, dude. $25 in donation. Ooh-wee. Super Sasha isn't the man? He donated for your V-Bucks? Oh, was that for my V-Bucks? Hey, man, you know, that does account for the $25 I spent earlier. God damn. Yo. I do appreciate that. Henis, I might be wearing your merch in some days. Yo, Pedro, that's true, man. You've got to be getting it here very soon, I think. I think in the next 3 days, man. I think in the next 3 days. It said it was going to arrive on around the 12th. I think is when it's supposed to arrive. So hopefully that'll be pretty good for you. Jacob says $100 in the chat. Ah, dude. $100 are too rare. Those are special. We save those for special occasions. I'm unsubscribing. If you don't read, then go ahead and unsubscribe, man. Please don't get butthurt about me not reading everybody's message. I can't read every message. If you're in my chat expecting me to read everything you say, I'm not going to do that. And that's your problem, not mine, man. I do appreciate you being in here. Like, don't get me wrong. But I'm sorry. Like, it just confuses me sometimes. And maybe you're kidding or maybe you're just looking for me to react, but I don't know. Henis, I'm losing brain cells. Sorry, Rebel. Me too. How long is my stream going to be today? I usually stream for around 3 or 4 hours or so. Do I have any tips on how to get good at Fortnite? Just practice building. I mean, I would consider myself a pretty decent player. I want to get a lot better at this game, which is why I practice, but practicing building is like the biggest thing. Really practice building. Get fluent with everything. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. I got 65 coins. Hey, it's lit. Shoot, dude. Please don't shotgun me. Please don't shotgun me. Please don't shotgun me. Please don't shotgun me. hear a chest. I can't tell where it is though. Okay, that was useless. I don't even want to know how much health he had. I just like to sit and watch you, Ali. I appreciate that. What's up, Cabo? Better than Ninja. Ha, you didn't kill, did you? What? What's up, Ricky? What's up, Junior? What's up, Reptic? What's up, Hazel? Welcome to the stream. Bear says Bloom. This is supposed to be the playlist with no Bloom, man. 400 likes in the stream. You guys are absolute legends. Thank you so much. I do appreciate the support. Do you remember me from a couple months ago? Zachary, I don't know if I do remember you, man. To be 100% honest with you. To be 100% honest with you, man, I don't know. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-dee-dee-bum-ba-dee-bum-ba. This is a really bad idea. Really bad idea. Is this actually gonna work? No freaking way, dude.
This is a production.
Yo, look at that. I'm gonna look at the face I get the camera. That's great. That's great. I freaking love Fortnite, bro. I freaking love it. You have 2 face cams? I know, guys. We were just watching a clip right there. If you couldn't tell. You have 2 face cams. What did he do? What did he do? Nobody else come here? Yippee-ki-yay, I get Fatal Fields to myself. I don't even think there's a chest in here. Oh, there is. Ooh, this feels laggy right now. That was Henis' twin? Yeah, that was my twin, guys, if you didn't know. I have a really evil twin brother. And he's a lot better at Fortnite than me. Just slays everybody. Alright, remember when I said I was alone here, guys? I lied, just to test and see if you guys were paying attention. Alright. I don't know why everything feels so laggy. Yo, what's up, Xander?
And his name is John C.
No donation message. Holy crap, dude. Yo, Robin. Robin, thank you so much for the $100 donation. I'm Robin HD. Comes in with 100 bomb. God damn. Yo, let's get some proDonos in the chat. Let's get some Robin hype. I don't know if you guys can find a Robin emote. Like the bird. God dang, man. God dang. Thank you so much, bro, for that support. He should be sitting here waiting for me. Guarantee it. He was under the stairs. How dare you? Are you guys ready? You guys ready? Oh man, that's too much fun. That's too good. That's too good. The second I join the stream, hey, you know, that's got to be good luck right there. That's got to be good luck right there, Mimi. Or Mickey, I mean. There's Mimi and Mickey. That's not going to get confusing. Totally doesn't confuse me at all. Poggers. Poggers. Really wish I had something better than a burst right now. Bum, ba, bum, ba. Thank you so much, though, Robin. Like, holy crap, that's just literally sinking in. Bro, could you even say something? Like, hey, everybody go sub to my YouTube channel. Like, bro, I would have linked it in the description. $100? Nah, I probably wouldn't have done that in all honesty. But I appreciate the support, man. For real. Thank you. Oh, sick, dude. Imagine being... Wait a minute. How stupid is a bush gonna look with this outfit, dude? I gotta see this. Oh, man. Look at this. I wonder how this looks from, like, a third-person perspective. This has gotta look so stupid. Holy Lord. I can barely see what I'm looting. Ah, what a complete waste. This is totally not gonna make sniping any easier. I'm kind of waiting now for somebody to just shoot at me, so this all gets shot off. What's up, BZ? What's up, Doomsday? It's so hard to see everything, dude. Yo, TJG, what's up, my man? Welcome to the stream, brother. Wow. You're the best at Fortnite? Nah, I'm not the best, man. I'm practicing, though. I'm practicing. Trying to be the best. Hey, what's up, Keller? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, if this doesn't have our name on it, I don't know what does. Well, this just made my night. Yo, what's up, Magic Reborn? What's poppin', brother? What's poppin'? Alright, we'll leave that minigun for somebody else. Dude, I am a giant pink panda. Or teddy bear. Something. In a bush. In Fortnite. In a video game. God, it feels so good to be in the 21st century. 2018 is already off to a fantastic start. Hey, what's up, Savage? What's up, Kevin? Not much, man. You know, just playing some Fortnite also. Hey, on the grind, brother. That's what I like to hear. I cannot wait till I get shot right now. I'm actually already over this. The worst part is that taking fall damage won't do anything. So I either have to RPG myself. Robin.
Keep up the good work, bud.
Okay, we're going again.
You deserve it, Hex.
Yo, Robin, thank you so much. I seriously do appreciate it. Let's get some more Robin hype in the chat. Donates another 5. Says, keep up the good work. You deserve it. With a smiley face at the end. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's $105 from Robin. And Robin, well, Robin also sponsored too. Coming in, dropping them bombs. You know what I'm saying? Ladies and gentlemen, we need this bush. This bush is literally our saving grace right now. God dang it, dude. So I didn't get shot, so I can't use the shield. Now I've got an RPG right in front of me that I really want to take, but I can't take because... Okay, you know what we're going to do, chat? You know what we're doing? Hey, yeah, brother, can you actually do me a favor? Can you just, like, shoot me? That's right, Henis, you have the burst AR. Forgot about that. What's up, dude? Peek it. Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you. God damn. Ooh, wee. Alright. Slurp this. Perfect, guys. Perfect. We did it. Blend in your bush. Yeah, I could just hit, guys. He would never have seen me. He would never have seen me. Alright, what did you have? What'd you have for me? Really? That's it? Am I still stuck with a burst? Or did I trap his loot somewhere up there? His loot didn't get trapped in there, did it? Well, that's an AR. Now the real question is, am I actually about to take a gray AR over a blue? I guess so. Or the blue burst, actually. Huh. You know what I'm doing, man? Taking the blue burst. I'm taking the blue burst. We're taking the RPG. Taking those mini potions. Alright. We're set now. We're good. Do I have a jump pad? Nope. Feels sad, man. In the chat. Get a couple more trees here. What's up, Shelly? Don't forget to go back for the RPG. Yeah. Don't worry, I wouldn't forget my RPG. Alright, Epic. What game are we playing here? What's going on? Dang. This is a sign. Did I just see a guy? Hey, come on now. Are you just still peeking that? No, it's a dumpster. You're gonna have to move, and I'm gonna have to move, so I don't really know what your grand plan is here, but... And... Oh, there's somebody else, bro. Come on, man. He actually already healed up. That's just great. Ah, shoot, dude. I'm screwing myself. That's alright. It's whatever. Why didn't I drink these mini potions first? God, I'm such an idiot. Whatever. I'm about to lose a lot of health. No, just go, just move. That was not the best play. By any means. Come on, bro. Are you seriously just gonna wait for me? Please have heals for me. What's up, Marsha? What's up, Noah? Da-na-da-na. Da-na-da-na-da-na. Alright, okay, good. Campfire. I'll take that. Hell yeah, baby. Oh, and a, Hey, listen, man. What game we playing here? Okay, you know what, bro? We got everything we want. So where was this guy? There he is. Gonna run out the back, bro. Is he actually just gonna run for it? He just destroyed the back wall. No. I think maybe he's trying to bait me. Maybe he wants me to think that. That's a really smart play if he does. Yeah, he is running away. I actually wouldn't be surprised if he placed a trap in there. Oh, this is exciting over here. What a spectacle! What a splash! Really, bro? You couldn't have done me a solid and picked that up for me? Oh. Already maxed out.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
We got it, guys. We got it. We got it. We got it. What's up, Robin? Robin Kid. We have a campfire? Or, I mean, we don't have a jump pad. That kind of stinks. I really wanted the jump pad. Should honestly just keep moving, I guess. Hands are sweating, baby. Yo, if you guys are new to the stream, make sure you drop a like, subscribe if you have not done so already. Really does help me out a lot. When you guys subscribe, you will see your names appear in the lower right-hand corner. I'm not in the safe zone right now, but... I think he's by the house. I'm gonna get right in your base. Teedly heedly hee. Oh, you moved. Oh, you a smart one. Huh! Can't build there. One v one, ladies and gentlemen. Uno v uno. I hate this finish. I really do. Hands are sweating, man. Whoa. Can't go there. Ran out of wood. Yo, GG's, ladies and gentlemen. Drop a like on the stream. Second win of the day. Let's get it. I was the guy you sniped in the forehead. Oh, Lester, what's up, man? I had a blue burst if you wanted that. Oh, wait, were you, was that right over the bridge, maybe? Yo, Lester, I appreciate you coming by the stream, man. Welcome, my dude. You're the coolest guy on Earth. I don't know if I'm the coolest guy on Earth, man, but I try. I do my best. 500 likes in the stream. You guys are absolute legends. If you're new to the channel, when you guys subscribe, you'll see your name up here in the lower right-hand corner, and you'll see the live sub count go up in the lower left-hand corner. What's up, Pepin? What's up, Mob? I love Pie Calm. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Matthew? What's up, Gerald? Yo, little baby, almost have 1,000 coins. Damn, GG's, keep it up. Pay to win? Yeah, it's pay to win, guys. This outfit, it's pay to win by far. It's not even close. What's up, Devin? Love the skin. Thank you, Noah. Yeah, dude, I think this skin looks pretty cool. You never noticed me? Shaking foe. I will. Oh, you showed us do it. I show you do it. Good son. I show you do it.
Hi everybody. My name is ProHenis. Make sure you guys subscribe to my channel. I've only got 23 subscribers at this point, but I really hope to become a big YouTuber one day. So please subscribe and join the notification squad if you can. Thank you.
We're making a list of annoying messages in Discord. Do you want to add any? Now, you guys kind of know everything I complain to you guys about. Damn, that's a lot of emoji spams, dude.
Alright, everybody. Welcome back to episode 52 of my Minecraft Fortnite Let's Play. We're gonna go into Tilted Towers, hoping to get my very first win of the day. Oh my goodness, it looks like the whole server's coming here. Oh man. I wouldn't lie to you guys, I'm shaking in my boots right now. Oh boy. Oh boy, guys. Oh boy. Somebody already died. I don't have a weapon. There's nothing here. I'm totally not scared.
This is honestly a really good position, by the way. The only way he has a real advantage on me is if he drops down. I know exactly where he is. Right in there.
Puncher impression?
He has a... You gotta be kidding me. Ah! Wait, that wasn't your real voice, Henis? Sorry, guys, no. Yikes, bro. Chill with that. What's up, Nate Van Hoff? Yo, Bill Foster comes in with the dono and says, is that your Pack-a-Puncher impression? Holy Jesus, dude. Yo, Bill Foster, thank you for your dono, man. No, I was not doing... No, that was not a Pack-a-Puncher impression at all. I was imitating a little kid playing some Fortnite, doing a Let's Play. That didn't sound anything like Pack-a-Puncher. This is my first time watching you live. Hey, Love Gamer. Hopefully you're enjoying it, man. What's up, Warrior? Did I miss anything? You missed 2 wins so far today, man. About an hour into the stream. Not too bad. Yikes, guys. Now, I like Pack-a-Puncher, bro. He doesn't sound anything like that. Welcome back to my Minecraft Let's Play.
Why do I keep saying Minecraft, bro? That's just so ingrained in my mind to say Minecraft Let's Play. Oh, that's so bad. How do you donate? There's a link in the description down below, guys. If you want to donate, always optional, but very much appreciated. He was imitating a Minecraft gamer playing Fortnite? Yeah, essentially. Essentially. Hey, what's up, Jordan? How do you get that skin? Bought it from the item shop, man. It's a beautiful skin. It's a beautiful skin. Hey, Henis, I'm back with my new iPhone 8A. That's dope, dude. I'm still on the 6S, personally, because I'm a headphone junkie. Like, I don't think I could own a phone without a headphone jack. And that's why I'm so pissed with this whole new direction everyone's taking. Excuse me, with like this new, without the headphone jack. I think that's so stupid. You know how annoying it is to pair stuff with Bluetooth? It's one thing if like you take headphones off a device and like Bluetooth is still, like if Bluetooth was better than it was, like I can't be the only one that struggles to get Bluetooth headphones or like a Bluetooth console in a car to pair with your phone. It's like a hassle. Nothing beats plugging the device into a cord and then instantly being able to hear music. Like nothing beats that. You'll never be able to beat that. I don't get why people think that not having one of those is like the best route. That'll just never make any sense to me.
But hey, man, what do I know? I'm just a consumer and a Minecraft Fortnite Let's Player.
We getting hooked up with the loot today, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Drakester? Just a Yankees fan? Exactly, just a Yankees fan. That's all you guys need to know me as. That might actually be on the level below me the more I think about it. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Oh! Kidding me, bro. Don't burst me, don't burst me, don't burst me. Stop shooting me. You see it. Everybody sucks. I'm okay, guys. Every little thing. See, this dude was smart. He knew just instead of trying to shoot me and kill me. Yikes. GG's, brother. Whoa. Bro, I saw him peek. That one hit me. That was nice. I didn't know it did that much damage. He must have headshotted me or something. What's up, Pixel? That's my first time getting killed by the crossbow. I saw him peek and I was like, oh, okay, I'll just build here real quick. Damn, he just ruined me. What's up, Legend? He must have headshotted me. Can we do pickup lines? Oh, absolutely, man. Yo, keep hitting me with pickup lines. What's up, Kelly? What's up, Mob is Basic? Hi, Henis. Is it okay if I make a school presentation on you? Little babe, that'd be an honor, man. I would really appreciate that. Henis, I bought the hoodie you have. Hey, yo, Zeffy. If any of you guys do decide to buy some merch, it's at shop.prohenis.com. And when you do buy merch, if you leave your Twitch, like it'll leave you guys an option to leave a Twitch ID. And that's really just for a username to pop up on screen. It says Twitch, but it also works on YouTube because I'm dual streaming on both websites. But if you put in a username there, it will pop up on screen thanking you for buying my merch. Otherwise, it'll just say anonymous bot merch. But yeah, I would really appreciate that, guys. So if you buy merch right now while I'm live at shop.prohenis.com, I'm actually coming out with some new designs very soon. You'll see your name come up on screen if you put in a custom name, which I thought was pretty cool. Kind of a nice little way for me to thank you guys, you know? Play with Kenny? Is Kenny on right now? We've already won 2 solo games today. I'll be down for some duos. You look at the camera every time I look at you, I smile. Thanks, man. I hope it's because I don't look stupid, you know? I hope it's not because I look stupid. That's what I'm trying to say. I can't make it up there. Yo, sick, Henis. Real sick, bro. That's convenient. Ooh. Hello there. Now I could just really use a shotgun. And I'd be well on my way. Yikes. He's going up. Nice snipe, dude. He was chasing me out. That's where he was. He was behind me. Damn, nice snipe. What's up, Isaiah? Henis, how could you do... Henis, could you do another vlog? I don't know, man. I haven't done a vlog in so long. I need interesting stuff to happen in my life, man, in order for me to do vlogs, you know? You're the best live streamer ever. Thanks for doing this. Hey, DNC, it's my pleasure, man. I love it. Do you have a name, or can I call you mine? Hey, what's up? What's poppin'? What's up, Noah Bear? Are you Cinderella? Because I see that dress coming off at midnight. Jesus. What are these new things? So there's a brand new emote and a brand new skin, bro. We're rocking with a brand new skin, and we got the brand new emote on as well. That was a great shot. That was a nice shot. Go to Snobby Shores. There's a secret bunker there. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of Snobby, to be honest. Yeah, Kenny's not even on right now. Are these stream snipers, man? Yo, they better not be, bro. Yeah, the new emote, it's the salt emote, man. It's the salt one. Alright, I'm gonna go tilted. Actually, no, we're gonna go salty. Salty's my spot, man. Salty's my spot. Kenny is streaming Minecraft in a bit? Oh, okay. Gotcha. bum, ba, bum, ba. Do I know Drainio TV? Yeah, I know who Drainio TV is. I've only watched him a couple times, though. I'm not really too familiar with him. I know he's been playing a lot of Fortnite, though. I can't reach that roof. See ya, bro. Yo, what? That's like the ultimate tactic, I guess. You just start dancing. And that, like, deflects that. Then if I kill him, then I'm just a jerk, right? Kill him? There you go, man. Just run out into the abyss? Where did he go? This dude's dropping down right over here. He has no clue. Oh! Oh! Turns out I had a single shot weapon out. Instead of my, what I thought I had out. Which was not a single shot weapon. So, yeah, that was weird. What's up, Ola? You're in a game of Fortnite so we can get some action? Alright, bro. Alright, I respect that. I respect that. You're right. You're right. I should have killed him. Can't be encouraging them stream snipers. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if he was a stream sniper, to be fair. He's right behind this rock. I think all he's got is a scoped AR. Whoa! Henis, Jesus, bro. What was that awkward gunfight? That was terrible. Played that horribly. Ow. That's why you gotta build in Fortnite, kids. If you don't build, you will die. I don't want to do this. Oh, what the heck? Actually, no, hold on. No point in doing that. We'll just drink this. I still don't have a shotgun, do I? Did either one of those guys have one? I think that dude did, didn't he? Or he hit me with something that felt like a shotgun. I don't know, maybe this guy had one too. Let's see. Oh, he did. He had a green tag. Alright. Cool, cool. Alright, let's get a move on. I don't even really know where I'm headed right now. I gotta get some more wood, though. Yo, what's up, Kata? What's up, Lorenzo? What's up, Legend? How you doing? Yo, Legend, I'm doing pretty great, man. I'm doing pretty good. Yo, thank you very much to all of you guys who come over to the Twitch stream. I've changed my setup here a little bit, so it's a lot easier for me to read Twitch chat. So those of you guys who prefer to watch on Twitch, if you didn't know, I am actually live on Twitch right now, twitch.tv/ProHenis. I dual stream on both YouTube and Twitch. Figure, you know, might as well try to go a YouTube and a Twitch audience at the same time. So if you guys prefer to watch on Twitch, or if you haven't dropped my Twitch channel, I'll follow you at twitch.tv/ProHype. I would really appreciate it. Yeah, definitely go check me out. There's a link in the cards, and there's also a link in the description down below. Actually, I'm going to take those bandages. And then... Bada bing, bada boom. What's up? What's up, the bros? Where was he? There he is. Shoot, he's got a scar, bro. You gotta be kidding me. That's a build a wall there, bro. Did not mean to do that. I smashed the like button and I subscribed to you. Thank you. Ola, I appreciate that. Henis, you're very inspiring. Yo, appreciate that. Appreciate that, Camel. It's a very interesting name. Oh, man. God damn it. It's so weird. Like, yeah. I say this like a million times, but it's so true. The key to winning gunfights in this game is having building material. Like, if you don't have building material, you're going to screw. And, like, in my head, I just got to think about stuff like that. Like, if I don't have enough building material, like, I'm going to screw myself, you know? Item shop? I've already got the new stuff from the item shop. You're doing great. Keep it up. Yeah, I know, man. I try to think about these things because I want to improve, you know? It's just, yo, thank you very much for 600 likes in the stream, though, guys. Appreciate it. If you haven't dropped a like yet, make sure you guys do that. 400, or excuse me, yeah, 400 likes away. I'm hitting 1,000 likes. What game mode is shooting test 1? So it's this brand new shooting mechanic that they've added into Fortnite. They're just testing it out. It's only for solos right now. And essentially what they're testing is Fortnite, if you didn't know, has always had built-in what people have called bloom or RNG when you shoot, which essentially randomizes where some of your shots will go, even if you're aiming directly at it with your crosshair. So you'll notice sometimes when you're playing Fortnite, some of your bullets will appear to go straight through somebody, and that's because they're either going a little bit to the left or to the right. So they've changed that mechanic now, where your first shot is always guaranteed. I think that's what it means. So they're testing that out now, and so it's just a brand new shooting mechanic. Everything else is the same. It's just the shooting's different. So yeah, we're giving it a shot. So far, I kind of like it. I don't really notice a big difference, if I'm being 100% honest with you, from like old Fortnite to this Fortnite. God damn it. I'm so low on health right now. Come on, break out of this. God, I hate how low on health I am right now. Can't tell if those are bandages out there or not. Sounds really weird. Just an LMG out there, it looks like. And I gotta get that then. Oh, there is bandages out here. Shoot! Alright, what's up, James? What's up, Jax? Okay. What's up, Brandy? Brandy Love. Can't say I haven't heard that name before, unfortunately. Pretty sure there's one more guy here, which is why I'm being so cautious. Ooh, yeah. Erased from the leaderboards. Bear says, delete. RIP. Is that a jump pad? Oh, no, it's a scoped AR. Anytime I see something purple, that sort of looks... I mean, from that angle, it kind of looks flat. God, I love the jump pads. Hey, what's up, Far Carlos? How you doing today, buddy? What we doing here? What we doing? Hey, yeah. Yo, what's up, Yair? God damn, that tree took a hit. Hi, I was watching your Call of Duty videos. Hey, Adrian, well, welcome to the stream, man. Hopefully you enjoy the Fortnite content as well, brother. That's what I'm bringing my channel a lot of today. Yeah, for those of you guys who didn't pick up on that, Brandy Love is a an adult film star. Don't unsubscribe just because he isn't answering? Yeah, sorry, guys. I know it's annoying sometimes if I don't answer all messages. I really do my best, but at the same time, I'm like, I also want to make sure I get good gameplay for you guys as well, you know? So if I don't get good gameplay, then somebody else is going to yell at me and say, like, man, you suck at the game, you know? And then you got to understand my predicament, you know? Like, I'm trying to entertain people. I should play with Typical Gamer? I don't know. He doesn't even know who I am, man. Be cool if he did, but... Alright, I want to get 600 wood. And then I'm going to be balling. I think I just heard a gunfight to my left. My stupid ear's in the way, bro. This dude has no clue what's going on. Oh, I freaking love that, dude. That's so great. Oh, God, I lagged. That's fantastic. I don't know where this guy died already over here. Damn, looks like he had a lot of stuff. Look at how hard it is to see all the stuff, man, that's underneath here, though. Stickerine tack, tactical shotgun. Damn, his stuff went everywhere. Alright. What's up, Kalisha? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that is too much fun to use, man. That is too much fun. La da 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 da. Henis, you should play with scissors. That'd be a pretty cool guy to play with. I like to play with scissors. He seems like a really cool dude. Again, don't think he knows who I am, but maybe one day. We gotta keep up the grind. We gotta keep getting those wins. We gotta keep getting those sick clips. We gotta keep uploading those sick videos. And one day, guys, one day we'll be a regular. We'll be playing with Avery on the regular. We'll be playing with the one person. Okay, so the one person who I would love to play with on a regular is Ninja. Honestly, he's so. And like, of course, he's insanely popular, right? So like, of course, it'd be the best for the growth for my channel. But like, he's so good, dude. I'd love to play with Myth too. Just ridiculously good players. Nick A30 is really good. He's seriously underrated, in my opinion. Wait, whoa, what the hell was that? That was awkward. Henis. My dad just had a heart failure and had a heart attack yesterday. Yo, Jax, really sorry to hear that, man. Hopefully everything is alright. Hopefully recovery is smooth, brother. Prayers to you and your family, man. Not easy stuff to deal with. Play with Pack-a-Puncher? I'd play with Pack-a-Puncher, 100%. I think he plays on PS4, right? Because if he plays on Xbox, then we can't play together, unfortunately. But if he plays on PS4, then we can make it happen. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, chat? You know what I'm saying? Which tree is he behind again? Oh yeah, that one. Hello, young sir. I am coming for you. The no scope right in the dome, ladies and gentlemen. The no scope right in the dome. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna take that. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Take that. We're gonna take that too. Sorry guys, just necessary. You gotta do it, you know what I'm saying? Do you have a better AR? No, he didn't. Damn. Oh, is this coming in on us right now? Oh shoot, it is. I didn't even realize. Oh damn, we got a bit of a ways to go. Alright, just a campfire. We're gonna use that campfire to heal ourselves up. Fortunately, we don't have the crossbow to use anymore, though. Maybe we'll find another one close to the end of the game. That'd be pretty nice. I would enjoy that. Henis, I'm so damn close to 100 coins, yo, Drakester. Keeping up the grind, man. That's respect, bro. 100 coins? It's a lot of coins, man. It's a lot of coins. No small achievement, my man. No small achievement. In my eyes, anyway. You know, for my stream. That doesn't look very inconspicuous now, does it? Probably didn't set that up in the best way possible, fortunately. He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes. He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes. He'll be coming around the mountain. He'll be coming around the mountain. He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes. He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Yeah, give me a quick second here. Actually, no. I'm gonna put that right there as well. Caleb says cringe. Listen, dude, if you're here to not see cringy gameplay, then I am terribly sorry to report to you that you've come to the wrong place. All right, just gonna let you know that straight up. Shoot, dude. Okay. Kind of sucks I didn't really get anything out of that. Oh, man. Only a green AR, man. Like, I feel bad about that. Some dude just opened up that drop. You gotta be kidding me. That's the drop I was going for, dude. What is this? Alright, so there was definitely just a fight in here. Whoa. Henis. Don't somehow screw this up, alright? There was a lot of loot packed somewhere, wasn't there? Okay, we're going for this guy. What's up, Morris? How you doing today? Am I late to the stream? No, Isaiah, you're fine. Welcome in, welcome. Oh, this is perfect. This is literally perfect. Oh. That was so perfect, man. That was so perfect. Yo, GG's. Perfect placement. That literally glided right over my walls, man. GG's. RIP. What's up, little bait? Play with someone? Yeah, I don't know if anybody's on right now that I can play with. Let me ask Billiard if he wants to play, actually. I'll ask Billiard if he wants to play after this game. Yo, wanna duo? Question mark. Ouchie. RIPs, man. That was perfect. That was like, whether or not he meant to do that, that was just well done. I'm pretty sure he's playing right now. Pack Puncher is? Damn, Billiard shot me down again, bro. When was the last time I even played with Billiard? The finger typing? Oh yeah, sorry if you guys can hear my keyboard. I don't use a mechanical keyboard at all. Why'd you choose shooting test? Because I want to try out the new shooting test, man. We're good. It would be better with anime music? No, it would not. I'm sorry, it would not be better with anime music. What am I drinking? I'm drinking GFuel, guys. If you've never heard of GFuel, it's a fantastic tasting energy drink. Comes in dozens of different flavors, marketed towards gamers, and it's a lot healthier for you than a lot of energy drinks out there. Make sure you guys check it out, gfuel.com. If you decide to buy some, use code Henis for 10% off. Save yourself a little bit of money. Helps benefit me too. All the links are in the description. My favorite flavor is Nate Shot's Lemonade. I'm drinking Blue Ice right now, though. Blue Ice is also really good. God, bro. God, that was annoying. Really wanted to try to hit him with a, you know. You guys know. You guys know. Yo, GN, thank you so much for the sub. I do appreciate that. What's up, Fart Carlos? What's up, Manny? Hey, you just bought merch. You're a huge fan? Hey, Fart Carlos, I do appreciate that, buddy. Yo, enjoy your merch. Enjoy it. That was crazy. That was so awkward is what that was. That was horribly awkward. Mad cuz bad. Oh. Yikes. You know what's awkward? That gunfight. Why are all the gunfights today so awkward? I mean, I guess I'm just playing them horribly is really what it comes down to. Look at how perfect this crossbow looks with this outfit, though. Looks like they were made for each other. Like they're perfectly matching and everything. You got the pink tips around the crossbow. Beautiful, beautiful. What's up, Slippery? Damn, every time I get a kill, is Billiard just going to type mad cuz bad in the chat? That's actually going to make me mad, though. That's the problem. Scarred. Oh, no, not quite. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back and get that ammo. Oh, this was already open. That was probably opened by that guy. Jesus, bro. I've learned the ways from Bear on how to trigger me. Oh, you absolutely have. Your videos are lit, my dude. Thank you, Jackson. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, Billiard. Everybody wants you to hop on and play, man. Like, if you got something else you got to do, like, I completely understand. But if you're just chilling and being difficult, then you should just get on. Every single gunfight I've gotten into so far, I should have lost. Yo, type 1 in the chat if you guys want me to play with Billiard. Not me to do that, but that was kind of cool. Damn, he says good night. Yikes. streams keep me alive. Yo, happy to hear that, man. Stay strong, brother. Stay strong. Life gets better. Trust. What's up, Shane? Hi, Henis, how are you? Yo, Saik, I'm doing pretty great, man. Or Mike, excuse me, Mike. Mike Sem? Is that how you pronounce that name? Sorry if I'm butchering that, brother. You're so easy to trigger. Dude, Billiard just gets my hopes up, man. Like, that's not even a reason to trigger somebody, you know? That's what's so messed up about that. He just goes out of his way to trigger me. Alright, now I'm most likely going to use the chug jug when I get out of here. Yeah, look at the map. I know, I wasn't even paying attention, to be honest. I don't really care how long I stay in here now, because I'm just going to use the chug jug when I get out. So I'll spend some more time getting some wood that I know I can harvest pretty safely. Okay. Even more of a reason to use the chug jug now. Alright, we should work on getting out of here now. What's up, Fusion? I'm actually debating whether or not I even want to build when I get out. I think I'm just going to sit right here. Am I live on Twitch? Yes, I am live on Twitch. For those of you guys who don't know, twitch.tv/ProHenis. Go drop me a follow. I'm live over there right now. Those of you guys who prefer Twitch chat or whatever. Come on, man. GG's. That was a good fight. That was a good fight. 10 HP, bro. I want to see him. He's going to die right here, 100%. A bullet, one of those bullets is going to go through and kill him. Fall damage. How satisfying would that be for fall damage? God damn, man. RIPs. GG's to that guy. He's healing up now. What's up, Valerie? I ordered my GFuel on eBay, though, because they tried charging me like 40 pounds for UK shipping. Really? You can order GFuel through eBay? Goddamn. Well, then. That is something. For sure. Oh, for sure. Ah. Rip in the chat. I'm trying to think of what I would have done differently there. I don't know. That dude kept jumping. I don't know why I didn't place that initial floor. I could have sworn that floor got placed when I was building up on top of that guy. But I guess not. Dude, fix your notifications. It's the 4th time. What do you mean see it coming yet? It's actually quite cheap from eBay. Really? Interesting. I'm going to go ahead and open up my window a little bit more. Because it is hot in here, man. Oh, yo, look at this. We got a friend. We got a friend. Oh, yo, they're using the salt emote. Yo. Hey. What's up, Carter? I keep getting egoed? What do you mean, Billiard? Billiard, do you want to play? Yo, what's good, MDUP? I want to get one more solo win, and then I want to do some solo squads, for sure. I love your streams. Yo, thank you, Dalton. Appreciate it, man. Play League of Legends? No, I'm not playing League of Legends. Are you crazy? Bro, I'm trying to grow my channel here, if you couldn't tell. I'm trying to, like, you know, move my content forward with Fortnite. I don't really know if playing League of Legends would be the best option for my channel. What's up, Fatboy Gamer? What's up, Sully? Go Tilted? Oh. King Savage, you already know, brother. You already know, man. Billiard says bye. All right, as if that was some sort of like he actually thought he was gonna get a yes out of that question. Henis, can you play some League of Legends for us on stream? Chat, type 1 right now if you want to see League of Legends. If you would actually seriously sit through me playing League of Legends on a live stream. Type 1 in the chat. Let's do a little bit of a poll here. There's a few people. It's actually down here. Can't even decide what wall to destroy, man. Yeah, it's a hell no from like everybody. See that, guys? It's a hell no. Wait, what? Trying to think of what I would want to do here, man. Need a better AR.
This is a Chucky Beat production. This is a Chucky Beat production.
Here, Magnum out here. Thank God, bro. I thought he was holding the boogie bomb in his hand, and I really did not want to get triggered right there. Need the front door. Whoa. Of course he broke down there, man. 73 health. Rip. Need to be smoother with that. What's up, Big Center? Hey, you today, Manny? What's up, Charles? Hey, you today, Jackson? God damn it, man. Landing at Tilted Towers is so much fun, though. Hey, yo, Mike. Thanks for coming in, man. Have a good one, brother. What's up, Nicholas? Say it with me, chat. We will win a game today. Come on, I look up to you. Yo, Marlon. I gotta step it up for you, bro. I gotta step it up for you. I'm slacking. I'm slacking. How much was my gaming PC? The gaming PC that I used to play Fortnite, man, it was about 1900. Hi, I'm a new mod. Any tips? Hey, Joe's Most Bro. Just time out everybody that says anything negative about the stream, alright? It's the first tip on being a mod, alright? Make it look like I'm a seriously insecure streamer. You killed me? You were the other pink bear? Oh, yo, Jackson. Sorry, man. Nothing but business out here. Love the stream. I have 6 hours. Hey, Big Center. Getting up those times, man. What's up, Jennifer? I drop my phone on my face, bro. I do that sometimes, man. Laying in bed, get a little tired, you know? I'm gonna go salty as much as I want to go tilted. Ooh, I want to go tilted so bad. All the tryhards are gonna go tilted. I'm just gonna go straight to salty. Anybody who's actually gonna go tilted at that point, yeah. You know, if you played League, you would lose viewers, but League on YouTube doesn't have that many viewers, so you will attract them. I'm not looking to attract viewers for a game I don't enjoy. Like, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to gain an audience that would then ask for me to play a game I don't like? That makes no sense. It's like if I really don't like a game. Not what's happening, Billiard. It's not what's happening. Actually, gonna check first floor here. Shotgun, hopefully. What do we say, chat? What do we say? What's up, Becky? Billiard said he wouldn't like it before he started playing, and now he loves it. But it's so far out of my genre of game. Like, I know. The answer is no. I'm not having this discussion right now. I'm not playing. I am not going to play League of Legends on stream. I wish Nightbot was here. Nightbot is in the stream. Nightbot times people out. What's up, Aziz? What's up, Marlon? Do solo squads now? Oh, yeah, true. It was for me, too. I'm just not playing it. I'm focusing on growing a YouTube channel right now. I'm getting good with this game. I'm not going to play the game off stream. I'm not going to invest any time in it. That's just the final answer. I don't know why you guys are all of a sudden like so obsessed with me playing... so obsessed with me playing League of Legends. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why now, of all time? Don't ever play that game? do some challenges. We're gonna try to do some squad no fills, see how that goes. What's up, Henis? What's up, Nightwing? How are you today, Alex? I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. He's triggered. I'm not triggered. I'm just confused. Quit YouTube and play League. Yeah. Good call. Good call. Henis, bro. Every time I watch you, you make me want to play. When I just got off. Sorry, man. Hey, this game is addicting. I feel it, man. I feel it too. What's up, Jason? Quit YouTube and play League. Imagine. Just imagine how downhill my life would go if that happened. This game is yours? Yo, if I win a game of solos, bro, I'm gonna try to go tilted. I'm gonna go really high octane. Update your level on Fortnite. Oh, true, guys. We did hit level 96. Yo, let's get some 96 hype in the chat. What I'm talking about. I'm gonna go straight for tilted. Remember when you didn't want to play H1 and we told you to play it, and now you love BR games? That's different though. It's at least close to the genre of what I was already obsessed with, which was just shooter games in general. League of Legends is just not something that's ever interested me. It's like at least H1 was at least, you know, at a point semi-interesting. Is that this guy trying to shoot it? Of course I'm wasting bullets right now. Come on, guys. Get with it. Right in here. Didn't know if he was gonna rush me or not. Oh, I can't. Definitely take that. I don't know where this guy is. We heard him coming up those metal stairs. He's in here. Underground. Solo. Okay. Plant myself right here. I'm gonna pick up that. Put that there. We're gonna get rid of you. We're gonna pick up you, pick up you, pick up you, pick up you, put you there, and pick up you. Okay. I think we're good. Only 3 kills so far in Tilted. In solo squads. Come on, Henis. Make some magic happen here. Try to go to some of the bigger office buildings. What's my favorite game on the PC? Right now it's Fortnite, man. Just absolutely obsessed with this game. What was that cluster, bro? Oh my god. If I had attack there, I feel like that might get a little bit better. Do a Roblox stream? Never. I don't think I'd ever do a Roblox stream. That was fun though. I just uploaded it. Yo, chill. Don't self-promote in the chat, man. Come on now. Come on. What's up, Isaiah? Could you get an Xbox One so I can play Fortnite with you? Sorry, bro. No, I don't have any interest in getting a console. Cluster what? Nothing, man. It's just a cluster of players. Just a cluster of players, really. Really all that was. Xbox is for losers? Damn. All right, Spooky Girl's letting you know. I won't be doing any zombies tonight, no, guys. Yo, we're 11 likes away from 700 likes. Make sure you guys drop a like in the stream. Pure salt. Ice. Ice. Dude, I want to play Fortnite with you. Yo, Matthew. I might do some squads here soon. Like some actual squads. Do I go all the way to Tilted? I'm going to stretch it all the way to Tilted. Man, screw it. I'm just going now. No, actually, that's stupid. I'm going to go to Factory. Use the scoped AR. I'm not a big fan of the scoped AR, man. You have that emote? You got it today, Matthew? Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's a pretty cool emote. I'm not going to lie. I really like it a lot. That was ignorant? What was ignorant? What's up, Brandon? What's up, MJ Toxic? PS4 is the best? Nah, dude. PC is the best. All incorrect answers. They nerfed it, apparently. I thought they buffed it. I think I hear it down here. Dismorphix, Dismorphix. Yo, what's up, Lester? Welcome back to the stream, my man. Whoa. What was that, Henis? Chest right here, please. Oh my god. Sometimes the chests don't make any noise anymore. You can't trust if there's nothing there. You don't hear it. Was there really only one guy that came here? I'm a little surprised. Teammates must have landed somewhere else. Hey, what's up, Fernando? How you doing today, my man? Alright, let's check this. Oh! There's somebody up here chilling. Who wants to be friends? Do you want to be my friend? Salt emoji is too great, dude. It's too great. It's so toxic, but it's so great. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna sip this real quick. Put this on, then we'll be good. What's up, Colin? Welcome to the stream. You're a demigod? I am not a demigod, man. Nowhere near it. Wish I was, though. If I was a demigod, that'd be sick. What's up, Lightship? Time to leave factory. What's up, Oscar? I guess we could try going Dusty Depot. I'm gonna be really surprised that, like, if any teams actually land at Dusty Depot, they're probably not too great. Just simply because Dusty Depot is a horrible spot to land for squads. There's a dude on a platform out there. What the hell is he doing? Is he just chilling there? He's looking out for his teammates or something. How mad would you be if your Fortnite account got banned? I really don't think I'd be too mad, to be honest with you. I mean, skins are just one part of the game. This isn't like a lot of games where, like, you know, as you level up, it gives you, like, more and more advantages in the game, you know? I don't know. I don't really think it would piss me off too much. Like, it'd be unfortunate. Like, I'd be upset because I'd lose all my skins, but... I don't know. I don't really think it would affect me too much. You don't see me, do you? I'm gonna really hope that he doesn't. And we'll start building right here. Oh. What's up, man? Okay. But what's with all these solos and squads? Kind of surprising, to be honest with you. Yeah, for anybody else. I was hoping if he was like kind of perched up here, he would have a sniper, but guess not. What's up, Hanson? Yeah, Fortnite is free, guys. Fortnite is 100% free. You're my favorite? Ice Fury. I appreciate that, man. I really want to try to land it tilted for a solo squads game. I feel like that'd be so much fun. Like, I love the high intensity of Fortnite. And I feel like trying to come out of tilted towers with like 10 plus kills in a solo squad would be so incredibly cool. Like the satisfaction of doing that. Show us the way to a victory royale. I mean, no promises, man. I can't promise anything, but I'm gonna do my best for sure. What's up, Dylan? Maybe there will be some people crossing from Tilted Towers over here, although Tilted Towers is still in the safe zone. So I'm kind of tempted to try to head in there now, although the only problem with heading to Tilted Towers now is that every team that's going to be left is going to be like... They're going to be super crazy good, right? Because they're the ones who survived, or at least they're not going to be the complete idiots, more than likely. I don't see any building going on over there. Maybe I'm just going to avoid it for right now. Maybe I'll kind of swoop over. Yeah, I'm doing a squad no-fill right now, Manny. Yep. Only 3 kills, dude. We found 2 guys at factory. I don't know if they were part of a team. I would assume they were, though. And then we just found a solo near Dusty. Maybe all his teammates died. I don't know. He was just left to try to avenge them all. Use a scoped AR? Not a big fan of the scoped AR, man. There's just something about that gun. It's just not good in my opinion. It's not too great. Ah, damn. We are slacking in the whipping department here. Look at all this wood. I'm going to try to push more towards Salty Spring. I think where I'm going to have the best advantage and the best chance to win gunfights and to beat squads is going to all be in close quarters. So I can build decently fast. And up close, that's where you catch a lot of players off guard and they kind of scramble. When you've got some distance between you, players take their time, they build a lot higher, and then it's harder for me to push because I'm just one guy. Right? But close quarters, I can kind of control the narrative of the gunfights a little bit. Might even be some goody goodies for me here. Who knows? No way. Damn. Unlooted Salty Spring. I'll pick those up. Okay. Let's figure out what we're doing here. There we go. Alright, I'm definitely gonna go open this up. I've got horrible weapons right now, especially from soloing. Ooh, actually. I think I'm actually going to keep those on. We're going to get rid of the bandages. I'm going to keep the nades. Actually, you know what? Instead of that one nade, we're going to take that boogie bomb. That is the plan. Life must be good. Life is pretty good, man. Can't complain, you know? Really wish we'd gotten a regular bolt sniper, but hey, gold semi-auto is not a bad alternative at all. And then just give me as much wood as you possibly can, game. Like, that's all I'm going to build with, really. Until we get close to the end game. Then if I need to build a base, I'll build it with brick or something, but... yeah. Gotta go, Henis. Yo, Matt, have a good one, brother. Henis, do you think I'm active? Drakester? I'm not too familiar with your name, if I'm being 100% honest. But it's very possible you're active, and I'm just not a whole lot aware of you. Everyone drop a like if Proteins is the best. Yo, if Proteins is the best, man, drop a like. Alright, actually. Does dude see me? No, they have no idea. Okay. Try to take them out one at a time here. Just a team of 3. I'm gonna get to this rock right here. We're gonna go for him. Actually, probably just gonna be able to run up on him and get a little bit closer. We got the new outfits, man. These guys look like they might be pretty decent. I don't like the cover that they have here. Look at that. My whole screen froze, man, because I immediately just died. Damn. I played that so horribly. I guess I should have just tried to run right inside and kill those guys. I don't know. What's up, Winter, though? Welcome back to the stream. What's up, MC? I should have shot at those guys a lot sooner. I tried to play that like, I don't know. I played like way too much of a sissy. I have to be aggressive in those situations. Like if I play too passive and try to run behind them, then it's just, I'm waiting for a situation that won't ever happen. I'm like waiting for a perfect moment when like they're all standing still. And then more than likely I'll just choke my shot there anyways. Man, life is rough. Life is rough. What's up, Tristan? Hayden today, Atticus. Stupid autocorrect. I'm at ProHenis, by the way. You remember me? Colin DZ. I do remember you, man. Yeah. Welcome back to the stream, brother. What's up, Bonsamax? Recognize my name, the Nightwing? The Nightwing, I'm fairly certain you've been in here before. I can't say for sure, though. The Nightwing. I think because there's a lot of people who have Night in their name who've come by, so I don't know. What's good, Henis? What's up, Pats Nation? Like, you're so chill no matter what, and I love that. Hey, it makes life a lot easier, bro. You just don't take things too seriously, you know? No user, do I think you're active? No user, you're very active. Big Center, yeah, I remember you, man. What's up, Melon? Yo, guys, I'm not going to go through every single viewer in the chat and tell you whether or not you're active, alright? We're not going to have that conversation. I have a feeling you'll win this one, man. Hey, solo squads in Fortnite going into Tilted Towers? I don't know. Excuse me, we can only hope. That was so awkward, man. What's up, Jax? Welcome to the stream. I think I'm just gonna go do more solos. Are you doing another giveaway at the end of February? Yeah, Alyssa, I do plan on it. Yeah, I do giveaways at the end of every single month, so yes, I do. PC is superior to any console except the Nintendo Switch. That is dope. Henis, do you agree? I've never used the Nintendo Switch before, so to be honest with you, I can't really speak on it too much. I've heard it's pretty good though. Keep in mind, I know like literally nothing about it though, to be 100% honest. Really don't know a whole lot about it. What's up, Tomato? Yo, drop a like in the stream if you guys are new. Subscribe if you have not done so already. We are close to 800 likes, less than 100 away. Yeah, Dimitrik, of course I remember you. What's up, Race? You know what's so interesting? Like, I usually win like 2 games a stream. And like, I usually win the first couple games that I play really, really well. I usually play them pretty well. And then as the stream goes on, I start playing. It's not that I start playing worse, because I'm like, I'm more loose. But it's almost as if when I'm not warmed up as much, I play better. I find that so interesting. I don't know, man. Oh god, that was all bad. Look at that, just stopped right there. If you party with me, then we'll win every game. Alright, bet, bear, bet. Yo, who knows any World War II history? I need help. Yikes, man, you're asking the wrong guy. Go Pleasant, actually. Bro, something's wrong with your coins. I've been on 475 coins for the last 2 streams, reaction videos. You do need to be active in the chat, I'm pretty sure, in order to earn coins. I think. Because I think if you're just sitting in here idly and not saying anything, I don't think you're awarded coins, or necessarily you aren't awarded coins in the same interval. Because in order for the bot to know that you're actually in here, you do have to be typing. You do have to have typed in the chat, so just bear that in mind. Are you serious? How much health did he have, man? I know I headshotted him with that hipfire. Yeah, 19 HP. Rip. If I drank in that slurp, drunk the slurp, then maybe I would have done better. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, baby, we back. Baby, we back. Yeah. Baby, baby. Tilt the towers. What's up, Christy? We can't be getting you the flu. I wash my hands, guys. Don't worry. Every single goddamn time I come back from the bathroom, you go, oh, wash your hands. Yes, Chad, I did wash my hands. I take a quick pee, and then bam, just out of there. I'm ready. I see something purple down there. I'm really tempted to go for it. Oh, you chose the wrong side to land on, brother. I just heard so many traps go down. Like, what the hell? Could they be any more obvious about placing that right there? gonna go for that chest. Stop it, dude.
This is a Chucky Beat production. Can't go up there. This is a Chucky Beat production.
Back in my safe little hut.
You're listening to Retina.
Probably not gonna work. RIP. There has to be more people here. There's no way I only walk out of here with 4 kills. I think I'm just wasting material now at this point. What up, Henis? Yo, what's up, Jason? Welcome back to the stream. Henis, I really like the background music. Hey, that's good, brother. I'm glad you like it. It's nice because I don't like to listen to background music at all. So actually, I can't hear any of the music that's playing right now on stream. Where is this chest? Oh, it's right up here. Of course, it was above. Sniper. Alright, well, I guess I'm leaving here then. As much as that sucks, because I really want to kill more people. Leaving tilted towers with 4 kills. Okay. We got shots going down to the northeastern direction. Can we get a squadron on that, por favor? Por favor. Oh, yeah, Roger 01, we get you 9x5. We're sending a pink panda over to associate the situation, or to assess the situation. Yeah, we got multiple bogeys converging here on one location. Confirmed bogey is getting shot at. Wow. Yeah, confirmed that bogey is down. Still more bogeys on the premises. I'm gonna have to heal up here pretty bad. Wow, we've really set ourselves up for a sticky one here, haven't we? Haven't we, folks? Yes, we indeed surely have. Okie dokie. Let's figure out the plan here. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Heal up as high as I can go. Putting on one more. That's going to leave me with 10. Yikers. I'm alive, not really sure how. But we're alive. Wow, okay. How do I donate? Link in the description down below, Colin. Always optional, but very much appreciated, my good sir. Whoa. Okay. Whew. Barely escaped that one, that's for sure. I like that we got a sniper, though. Definitely need to get more building material. I don't know what we're dealing. Yeah, we're dealing with a really, really far travel. Well, might as well begin the Great Migration now. How many wins have I gotten? Today I've only gotten 2, man. Hoping to get my 3rd right here. Henis, you should do a giveaway. I want skins. Yo, I'm definitely thinking about doing some V-Buck giveaways here soon, guys. Because, like, I mean, that'd be so awesome. Like, once a week, do, like, a massive V-Buck giveaway. I would definitely make it based on likes, too. Or views or something like that. I don't know how I would do it. Or shares, maybe. Maybe shares would be even more powerful. I don't know. So obviously the goal of me as a content creator is to get as many viewers in my live stream as possible, right? So I could do, like, you know, we would wait until the end of each stream and then we'd say we would do 1 like equals 1 V-Buck, or 1 like equals 10 V-Bucks or something like that, right? So then if we have like 100, if we have 1,000 likes at the end of a live stream, I'd give away 1,000 V-Bucks. Which really isn't a whole lot. So maybe I would make it like 10 or something. Multiply it by 10. Maybe multiply it by like 5. I don't know how I would do it. I'd want to do it something like that, though. What's the best way to protect yourself from a rusher? Build up, if you can. Serious sniper fight going on my left. Turn the music up just a tad louder. Got you, man. Hopefully that's good, brother. I hate approaching this cargo place, man. This place is literally a death valley. We're not gonna be able to get any building material in here either. Okay. I'm actually gonna intercept these guys over here. We are in absolutely no position to fight right now. So I'm simply just gonna get Out of the storm. Heal up real quick. No way, bro. Stop. You saw me, bro. You gotta be freaking kidding me. What? Did not mean to impact him with that, man. Damn it, bro. Damn. I don't know how I would have played that differently. What's up, Dakota Shockley? Welcome to the stream. Are you just ignoring me? Cozy wants to play. Oh, Pulse. Cozy, like as in Cozy? Like Carnage Cozy? I've heard he's trash at Fortnite. Does he actually want to play that? I've never played with Cozy before. Doesn't even say he's on for me right now, man. Huh. What's up, Furious? Yeah, Colin, you can donate anytime you want, man. If we'd gotten that snipe on that guy, that would have been so sick. Oh, that would have been so sick. What's up, Reese Clark? Huh. Ooh, what was that up there? Yo, what's up? How you doing today, man? What's up, Insane Cuber? What's up, XJack? XJack210X? Welcome. Yo, guys, 20 subs away from 259,400. Make sure you guys subscribe if you're new. We're going to Tilted Towers again. How do you check how many kills you have in solo? Or you want me to check? I could go check on it. If you guys type exclamation point stats in the chat, the bot will give you a link to my Fortnite stats page, my Fortnite tracker page, where you guys can check how many kills I have, how many wins I have and such. What's up, Cayenne? Someone make sure that Henis is aware of the cancer-causing chemicals in GFuel. That was a false report, man. That was a false report. People were claiming that because it has lead in it, that it causes cancer. It's just, yeah. What was happening is it was a state thing there. That wasn't a federal thing. GFuel is 100% safe by all FCC standards, man. Just gonna chug this now. GFuel has lead in it. Everything, well, there's a lot of things that have lead in it. Red meat has lead in it, I think. So there was this whole controversy because California has really strict laws on, like, I don't know. I don't know all the details on it, to be honest with you. The CEO of GFuel tweeted out about it, though. He responded to it. It was literally blown out of proportion, man. He's right in here. Shoot, dude. God, that's so annoying, man. You can't say GFuel is safe. It's not, bro. Guys, I'm not well versed enough on exactly what GFuel was accused of, and all you gotta do literally is just go to the CEO of Twitter's. All you gotta do is go to the Twitter page of the GFuel CEO, and he responded to the whole thing and cleared it all up. It was really a scandal, to be honest with you. Somebody was trying to make it out to look a lot worse than it was. What's up, Red Hat? California has really strict laws and everything. That's why I'm never going there. Sorry for the cancer GFuel thing. Nah, that's all good. It's all good. It's good to talk about it, right? Even if it has no lead, it has so much caffeine and that's unhealthy. It has the same amount of caffeine as a coffee, dude. A cup of coffee. You hear people screaming and kicking about coffee? Nah, dude, it's got caffeine in it. That's what energy drinks have, bear. Do I do Xbox giveaways too? When I do giveaways for gift cards, man, I do giveaways for all platforms. So once the winner's chosen, the winner gets to decide whether they want it on Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, Amazon. I mean, yeah, lol. Alright, now Bear's just being a pain, bro. Chill about the GFuel people. GFuel is completely fine, guys. There's nothing unhealthy about GFuel. I drink it usually pretty much every single day. I'll have a serving of GFuel. 1 like equals 1 win. Can you imagine if a streamer did that where each like they got on their stream, they had to get a win for that like? So if they got 1,000 likes, they'd have to get 1 win in the stream. God, that'd be so terrible. Can you imagine trying to... Something purple down there. Everybody's gunning for that. Is this right down here? Crossbow? Take that. Dude just landed on the roof. I gotta go for him. He grabbed the shotty. God damn it. I should have tried to run up there. Okay. Thank God, bro. Actually, wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. Alright, Henis gotta go. Phone's on 10%. Yo, Noel Rugg, get that charging real quick, man. Don't want to miss the stream, brother. I'm about to get a win. Bro, I'm about to get a win for you, bro. What's up, reaction videos?
This is a Juki Beat production.
Yikes. How pissed is that guy? You gotta be kidding me, bro. Oh, God. Crossbowed. ProHenis, will you do the double crossbow? Is that actually a thing? Do people actually run double crossbow? I've never seen anybody do that before. Henis, I promise you that I'll be at every stream you have from this point on. Yo, Drakester, looking forward to it, man. Looking forward to it. You're the best streamer ever. Dude, I gotta get better with my interaction, man. I gotta get better at my interaction while I'm playing. What's up, Jackie? Yo, somebody asked me to check my, actually, hold on. I can just stay right on the screen. Somebody wanted me to check my Fortnite solo stats. So solo. These are my solo stats. Yo, Andy Gamer coming with that donut, man. Here, let me switch to this, actually. Nothing crazy. Nothing to brag about, really. Hi, Andy Gamer. Thank you so much for the $1 dono, man. I appreciate that. Let's get some Andy love in the chat. But yeah, we got a little over 3,000 solo kills. How many lifetime kills do I have? Lifetime stats, only 5,000? Damn. 66 solo wins, nothing crazy. 4.09 KD, only an 8% win rate, so nothing crazy out here, man. I like the stream. Hey, I appreciate that, Shane. Thank you, my man. Yeah, bros, we're at 815 likes, 11 subs away from 259.4K. You guys are dope. Appreciate the support. Pleasant Park, please. Yo, if we get a good landing, if we get a good bus for Pleasant Park, I'll go Pleasant Park. I promise you that. But, however, comma, if we don't, then I'm gonna go to Tilted Towers. Oh, we got a great one for Pleasant Park, man. We got a... Damn, you called it, brother. I forgot her. I don't remember what your name was, but you literally called that. Tilted Towers it is. Or excuse me, Pleasant Park it is. Did I watch the Super Bowl? Yes, Mike, I did watch the Super Bowl, man. I mean, I'm not a big football person, but I watched it, you know. It felt un-American of me not to watch it. I only watched it until about the third quarter, though. I wasn't, like, heavily invested in it, you know. Alright, this dude has no idea what he's doing. That's why the people watch, right there. It's okay to be impressed, chat. It's okay to be impressed. Yikes, dude.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
Ooh, I was about to no-scope him, bro. Well, I tried to no-scope him anyway. Let's see here. Give that. Take this. Okay. And we keep on moving on. We've literally got only submachine gun. That is okay. We made the best of it. What's up, Nicholas? Oh, shoot. Hey, what's up, boss? Oh, yeah. GG's, brother. Only one of those. Pick that back up. Yeah, okay, cool. Hey, what's up, Fusion? Welcome back to the stream, buddy. There was attack? Was there really attack back there? Eh, that's alright. We'll rock with this right now. I think we'll be okay. Even though I'm not really a big pump guy, we'll take the pump. Shoot, I don't have an egg on one of these guys. Oh, somebody just got eliminated. I don't know if he's still by the tree or if he pushed. He moved. He's building up. Gonna be on the roof. Nope. Oh, wait a minute. Literally no building material left. That's comforting. What's up, BZ Gamer? How you doing today? The gaming... Wait, what's your name? The Gaming Cloud and Friends. Do I use Twitch? Yes, I do, man. I'm actually live over on Twitch right now. Twitch.tv/ProHenis. I live stream on both platforms, just in case you prefer watching on one over the other. Head over to my Twitch channel if you want to check it out. Yo, guys, 8 subs away from 259.4K. Make sure you guys subscribe if you're new. Yo, Billiard, I love you too, man. Yo, Boston Q, if you're back and you're ready to do some duos, you let me know, man, alright? I'm always here for you, buddy. I'm always here for you. Okay? Never gonna let you down. Do the best around. I'm kind of upset that we've only had 2 solo wins today. Oh, God. GG's, brother. SMH, you'll play with him and not me? Yeah, I'm looking to get some more dubs, man. Bear, if you actually want to play, I'll do squads with you and Billiard. 100%. What time am I streaming till? I don't know, man. We've been live for almost 3 full hours. Yo, Expert Thief, what did I miss? Just 2 solo wins so far, man. We got those really early on in the stream, though, so I'm trying to get my 3rd one right now. Bear, I'm down to do squads, man. You can't call me a snake anymore. You're not going to say yes because you don't want to play. We're playing League? Oh, okay. You came into the stream and you said you love me. I thought this was, you know, sort of our... I thought we were having a moment together, you know? Exclamation point stats. What is it for the stats? Oh, it should be exclamation point stats. Is it not working? I don't know. I think it's set for Twitch. I'd have to check, man. It's kind of hard for me to do that right now just because I'm streaming, but... I could have sworn I set the command for Twitch as well, brother. Kind of wish I had a campfire right now. It feels wasteful to use a med kit when I've got only 19 HP to go. Hey, hello guys, I found a campfire. What's up, Troy? Yo, is Mimi talking crap? Bear said true at Mimi. I feel like given the current context of our last chat, I feel like Mimi may be talking some smack. That mod status got into Mimi's head already? God damn it, dude. Or is Bears... Did you just say Skype call? Why would I call you on Skype? See a guy right down here. He'll be running up the ramp when he comes. He'll be coming up the ramp when he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to point out that we hit a headshot in Fortnite Battle Royale. And got a hit marker. Please don't shoot at me, good sir. I'm a good little boy. I ran out of material, man. I wasn't even paying attention. This dude just wanted to annihilate me. Oh, what's up, Shane? You missed a campfire? Did I? No, I didn't. Stop. There's no way I missed a campfire. Yo, I completely messed up Discord over here. What the hell did I do? Oh! Alright, we're good. What's up, Dominic? What's up, Shadow Killer? That dude just came up with one task in mind. He was like, I'm killing this guy. That happened. Go Salty Springs next, lad? Alright, Gaming Fox. I'll do it for you, man. I'll do it for you. I'm like exceedingly hungry right now. You know what I need? I need a mini fridge, like right underneath my desk. Like just eat food, like while I'm streaming. I would never leave this chair. Like if I could sit on a toilet too while I'm streaming. bros, I would never have to go anywhere. You guys would be able to look at me right as I'm pooping. I'd make faces like this and just smile at you. Do I have any tips for Fortnite? I want to play with my friends, but I'm not very good. When you're trying to get good, man, the best piece of advice I can give to you, throw yourself into as many gunfights as possible. You'll learn a lot just from playing against other good players and just playing up against players in general. And then really get good at building. Building is key in this game. Change the title level? I'll change it after the stream. Sometimes when you change your title mid-stream, it actually messes with the with YouTube, and sometimes YouTube will throw limited ads on your stream. Yo, Junior Zamora, you donated $5? Nothing came up, man. Last donation was 12 minutes ago from Andy. That's it. Do I have this game on PS4? I do have it downloaded on PS4, yeah. But I don't play it on PS4. I will tell your vids. Thank you, Caden. Have I watched the movie It? I have not. Show us all your emotes. I'll use an emote after I kill a guy, if I'm in a position to do that. If it's not, like, too high octane. Alright, a lot of people coming here. I love going tilted towers, though. Here's a tip for the new player. Get better. Yeah, just get better, guys. Come on. It's not that hard. Just get good. Come on, man. Look at how hard I stand out. Like, I'm literally just a giant pink something, dude. Yeah, GG's, bro. Oh. He's probably mad now. Probably shouldn't have done that. I hate being a toxic player. But there you go. There's one of the new emotes. Probably gonna report me. Let's play Fortnite. I know you go, Bear. If you want to play Fortnite, I'll play Fortnite with you right now. I don't even want the ammo crate, dude. I just want building material. Let's get Space Wizard. Oh, God. That is so lame, dude. That is so lame. That rocket went right through. Oh my god. That guy is so lucky. Have I seen the Winter Olympics? No, man. Play more COD Zombies? No. But Bear, are we playing? Like, are we legitimately playing? Read this and the bell goes on. Yo, Marlon, turn on post notifications, man. I would appreciate it. It does help me out a ton. Let's see what he says. I don't think he's gonna say yes. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's gonna say yes. Yeah, exactly. He says playing League of Legends. Exactly, bro. Yo, down to duo. Play with Bear because he really needs to be carried more? Dude. I gotta, man. I gotta. Just quit this and play COD Zombies? Nah, I'm not playing COD Zombies right now. I'm just not in the mood. Did I not predict that, though? Like, I literally said, I was like, yeah, Bear's not going to want to play. He's just trying to get under my skin in the chat. He's be like, nah, I'm playing something else. SMH. SMH, chat. What's up, Royalty? I just messaged that Denver guy. Asked if he wants to play. Win this game for me, please? Alright, Marlon. Got you, brother. Got you. What's up, Junior? Want a retail row, man? We're popping it. Let's get it. ProHenis, does it use my parents' credit card if I donate money to you? I would use whatever credit card or whatever payment method you have attached to your account, man. How is your dropping off your family at the airport, and why do you use PC? Can you actually explain? Yeah, no, dropping off my family at the airport was good. It's just 4 a.m., which was... Waking up early for me is never easy, so I just stayed up. That's easier. And then... Yeah, I use PC just because I've always used PC. I've never really had a console, so playing on PC for me has just always been a lot nicer, you know? Yikes. Wait, I don't really want those. I have this just in case. There you go, that's what I wanted. Oh, that was close. Oh, I dropped my sniper. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Of course I don't have any material, bro. Whew, sorry guys, just in the middle of a lot of really intense gunfights right here. My bad. We're good. We're good. We got 4 kills so far. Feeling solid. Definitely need more building material though. What's up, Owen? I'm really happy this gunfight right here. This dude didn't keep challenging me. I would have been dead, literally. Actually, no, wait, I don't want those. Go grab that chest that's in there. I think it's underground. Where did I leave my sniper? Was it over here? Where did I drop that sniper, guys? Here we go. It's right down here. Beautiful. Whoa, get rid of that, get rid of that. Alright, that's all ready for us. In the attic of the house. Gotcha. Did I really leave it in the attic? Oh yeah, I did. Thank you guys. Chat's always looking out for me, man. That's why I freaking love you guys. Got that jump pad too. Yo, well played, bro. Well played. Should have just RPG'd him. I saw him right by the door. That's what I should have done. I'm not. Yeah, I wasn't thinking to use my RPG. If I use my RPG right there, though, I got him. 100%. That's just being more aware of what I got in my inventory. Henis, I'm a huge fan. I wish I'd be able to meet you. Yo, Junior Zombie. It'd be cool to do a meetup sometime in the future, man. I'm definitely not that popular enough, though. Any tips for Fortnite? Throw yourself into as many gunfights as possible, man. It's my biggest tip. Biggest and best tip. What's up, Kyra? What's up, Shadow Killer? What's up, Peanut Man? Play with someone? Nobody's on right now who wants to play, man. Like Bear, Billy didn't want to play. I messaged Denver guy. I don't know if he's down to play. Who else is on right now, though? Kenny might be getting on soon. When Kenny gets on, I might be down to play. The only problem is, though, it's getting later for me, you know? Like, I've been live for over 3 hours, and I'm hungry, man. I want food. And the food I want, I can't really eat on stream. Unless I was going to make myself a sandwich or something, you know? What are the ranks for? It's just a way for you guys to measure how long you've been supporting the stream. So some people will, like, they won't have a whole lot of coins because they'll be spending all of their coins during those monthly giveaways. So they may literally be all out of coins. But if you have a certain rank, that's a cool way to measure how long you've been supporting the stream for, because your rank is based on how much watch time you have. And your watch time never goes down. I need the bear outfit? Bro, whatever this is. It's a bear, panda, it's a pink bear. I don't know specifically what it's called in this game, but... yeah, you guys can see exactly what kind of, what rank you are by typing !rank in the chat, and the bot will tell you. If you have a rank. If you don't have a rank, it'll just say, you know, so-and-so is a... and then it won't say anything afterwards if you don't have a rank. You have to have at least 1,000 minutes watched in order to have your very first rank. So ranks are a fairly exclusive thing. Nothing. Bad guy's interest to run away here, man. Need more ammo. Yikes. This is a crazy landing, bro. Go back here and try to get this guy. I have no idea what he's doing. Why do I still have my building material out, man? Thought I switched. What's up, Dimitri? You're a demigod? Yo, hype, man. Ah. This game takes a lot of grinding, for sure. Jesus. I get to pick your YouTube name, Alvin? Oh, gee, are you going to start doing YouTube videos? Get 20 kills and you'll donate $100, right? I'm not going to be getting 20 kills anytime soon, man. Let's get it, dude. Oh, 100%, 100%, 100%. Yo.
Hey, man. Hey, should I hop in your Discord real quick? Actually, I think I'm in.
Yeah. I'm talking to you right now through my Discord.
Oh shoot, dude, I was talking you through the game. Sorry,
Bro,
dude.
no, it's all good. I got so
Whoops.
confused there for a second because I started hearing duplicate, and I was like,
Oh yeah.
wait, is something messed
bad,
up?
dude.
That's all good.
Oh
good.
man, you streaming right now?
Yeah, I am.
Oh gosh, I'm nervous, man.
Always on the no, literally. We can't do any worse than how I've been doing so far today. So
Oh, dude, I've been freaking killing it today, man. I put a tweet up just now, but I reformatted my computer like a couple months ago, and I mean, you know about mouse aim, dude. You mess with your mouse settings,
Right.
you're screwed, man. And so I messed with those things a while back, just through reformatting, and absolutely destroyed myself on aim, dude. I was never the same, dude. I'm finally back to where I was, man. I got a win, a second place, 5 health. And then a win again right after that was 16 kill, like 12 kill, and yeah. Anyway, I'm back, man.
Damn.
Finally.
That's what we like
I
to
know,
hear.
man.
Have you? Did you get the new bear outfit or no?
No. Should I get it, man? Should we double pink?
I don't know. It's pretty obnoxious. I'm not gonna lie. Like one of my first games playing with it.
Dude,
I'm down to go.
it's
I'm down to go
so
salty.
bright, man. All
But
right,
yeah,
I'm
it's
salty.
like, yeah, it's so bright. The first game I got, or one of the first games I got it, I found a bush, and I was like, all right, how ridiculous is this gonna look? So I apply the bush, and it was so obnoxious. Oh, it was terrible.
Dude, you can just see right through it.
Yeah, it was. It's like a bright pink outfit in like a green bush. It was like I just stuck out like a sore thumb. It was terrible.
Yeah, I don't know if I want that thing. Last I had a little run-in with the Nutcracker skin, man. That sucked.
Yeah.
That thing was so obvious to see, and you just get shot in the head constantly. All right, let's do it, man. I'm at the treehouse right now.
Trying to no scope this guy.
You good up there? All right, I hear you. Moving away.
No, I no scoped him. I no scoped him.
Are you freaking kidding me, dude? He's a Twitch streamer too. It says Twitch something. You coming, dude?
No, I'm down. He's got a pistol. He's going down to get. No, he's gonna kill me. No, he's going down to get his teammate. He's going down. He's saving his teammate. He's reviving his teammate right now. Right inside. Literally right
All
inside.
right, come.
If you break through that wall, he's gonna be. He's gonna be right in there.
Get shot, silly. Ah,
Oh shoot.
dude, I got shot from the right at the same exact time. You gotta be kidding me.
I heard that LMG start revving, and I heard that LMG start going, and I was like, dude, Denver's coming to play, man. Damn, you got an LMG. Fortunately, that was not you. That was not you.
Dang it, dude. That little white SMG wasn't enough. I tried to shoot him through the window, and I couldn't see him, though. Was he sitting right at the top of the stairs the whole time?
No, he was right on that little landing, right on the stair landing. So he was literally right on the other side of the
right
wall.
below me.
Yeah.
Dang it,
It
dude.
was just bad
And then I
angling
started
there.
getting, if I didn't get lit up from the right, I think we would have been
Right.
all right. Dude.
More than likely. He started to
chat
try to
sometimes.
finish me out. Yeah, I know. He started to try to finish me off, and then, yeah,
I
just
think he would. I know I do, man. I know
Yeah.
people get all like salty
Absolutely.
about that, but
Right.
you better believe I'm getting my kill before I go down.
You saw my clip of getting in that gunfight with Ninja, though, right? Yeah, I saw you reply to it. Yeah, you saw
Oh heck yeah, man! That was
that too. Dude,
amazing.
that literally made my day when I saw. Like,
Oh, you're weak, man. I didn't know you were such a good builder, man. That was some seriously good building skills.
it like so in the moment, of course, I'm like wicked hyped, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, I'm doing really good building right now, and I watch the clip back, and I'm like,
Yeah.
because I've watched it so many times now, I'm like, damn, there's so many things I would have done differently now, if I was in that like exact same gunfight again. And I went back.
That's good though.
I went back in a Ninja stream and I watched him his POV. His building elegance was just light years faster than mine, and I was like, all right, that's why I lost
so
that
amazing,
for sure.
man.
Yeah, he really
I
is.
mean, but seriously, you were building. I mean, that's what's so crazy about him, dude. He's on another level, man. He is.
Yeah.
He's a different being. He really is. Like he's like. I put it in a video recently, and I mean it when I say it, dude. Is like he's like
Yeah.
the grandmaster of chess. Like he just sees more steps ahead than the rest of us. He just sees more than us. He's just too good. All right.
I do have to disagree with your video though, because I did see
What?
your video, the best Fortnite
Oh yeah, dude.
players.
What do you disagree with?
I don't think that Myth is the best player.
I don't think that Myth is better than Ninja. Yeah, in that
I
one,
know.
that case, I was like, all right, you know what? They have, like, they seem pretty close to me, and I seriously feel like if you give Ninja a chance, I'm with you, by the way, dude.
Okay, yeah.
Or Myth a chance, I think Ninja would be able to like, or I mean, dude, I can't even talk. I think Myth would be able to overcome it and win out, but was just based off sheer win percentage. So
Right.
that's what it came down to, man. Okay, I got one killed.
Yeah, I
don't
doubt.
see anybody else, but I think we've got someone in here with us, right?
We might. I'm on the floor right below you right now.
Okay, I got another one killed.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, if you come down to the... Oh, there we go. I just eliminated somebody.
Oh, okay.
If you come down to my level, though, I think that... Yep, somebody down here. 2 teammates. Oh, he shotgunned me, bro. He's gonna...
Hang on. Oh, man.
He's reviving his teammate right now. If you go down, he's terrible. Right, literally right on the other side of the door. Yeah.
Dude, what?
You go, yeah, downstairs
I
right
was like,
there.
what am I doing, man?
You go downstairs. Straight through. Yeah, straight through right there. There it is. Nice.
That was close, dude.
And there was that full shield I was going to give you.
Oh, dang. You're going to treat me well, man. I couldn't get to you. All right. Don't mind me, man.
No, it's all good. I'm just trying to do a Discord message right now. Oh.
Oh, shoot. There was somebody right here. Look at this.
I believe.
Oh, I'll get these guys.
But yeah, so the craziest thing happened. I don't know if you saw my other tweet. So literally less than 12 hours after I got in that gunfight with Ninja,
Yeah.
I end up running into him again. The day
No
after
way,
on
dude.
Tilted Towers. Yeah. So
Wow, man.
So I land on the same building as him in Tilted Towers, and I grab a pistol a split second before him and end up killing him. He was standing still. I had no idea it was him till my chat starts freaking out and says, "You just killed Ninja." I was like, "What are you guys talking about?"
You actually killed him, dude?
I pickaxed him.
No! Did you get the clip, dude? You didn't
Yeah.
record?
No, I 100% record because I was live streaming.
Oh, get that up, man. Oh, you
Yeah.
already tweeted it or what?
Yeah, no, I already tweeted it, and
Holy
I
crap,
tagged him in it, and it was funny because I went back and I watched the clip from Ninja's perspective after I pickaxed him, and he said
Hey, man.
and he said that he was like, yeah, that ProHenis guy, I got in a gunfight with him yesterday. Like he said it on stream, like he recognized my name. I was like, oh, that's so dope.
That is freaking amazing, dude.
Yeah.
Where these guys go, man? I don't have any building materials or anything.
I was talking to some of my friends about it, and they were like, dude, you gotta turn that into a video. Like they were like, you gotta upload that. So I made like a whole compilation. I made like a cute little video of like Ninja's perspective and my perspective from the 2 gunfights we got into. Nice. Ooh. Oh boy. Damn.
Wee!
Dude, he has found his
I
sensitivity,
man.
man.
I plan on dying, dude.
I know, you just keep killing everybody.
That was the master plan, dude, was just to die. Sorry, man.
So you can go for the duos record.
Let me go find somebody real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's
no
get out of
worries.
here. Let's just start sniping. I gotta die. Trap's probably gonna kill me anyway, so. Dude, I've got to learn this place. How do you get to the top without a building right here? Can you?
I don't think you can. I think you gotta break out.
All right,
yeah.
so you gotta break through, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Anybody else? Anybody else need killing?
I wish it showed the compass on screen when you're spectating.
You wish what, dude?
It showed the compass on screen when you're spectating, like at the top.
Oh, I know, man. I know.
Because then,
They
like,
need to
you know,
get that
you got like,
together.
if you got like a second set of eyes, I can be like, oh, looking, you know, 275 or
sure,
something.
dude.
But instead, I'm like, oh, look towards that building over there.
I know. How many times have you said
it's,
like,
like,
dude,
completely
turn
useless.
around, and they're
Right.
already turned around, so they turn the opposite direction?
Yeah, that's the
I don't
worst.
get
It's so
it. No,
aggravating.
What?
Who's Jake Paul? I have no idea, dude.
Who's Jake Paul?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of her.
Never heard of her. Exactly.
Wow, dude. I can't believe that nobody's here.
How many kills did you get?
5 out of that one, man.
Oh damn, you get 7 in total. That's not bad.
All right, let's get in. We got this, dude.
I'm feeling it. Oh no, guys, no. Oh, you guys are talking. No, that's not the real Jake Paul, guys. That's not the real Jake Paul in my stream. Jesus.
The real Jake Paul?
Everybody's
Showed
like,
up here.
everybody's like, oh my god, it's the real Jake Paul. If he was the real Jake Paul, guys, he'd have
Made
a
it, man.
little verification bell next to you. I mean, no, guys, I'm totally a Jake Paul, absolutely. Yeah, what's up, Jake? Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm gonna be uploading the video hopefully tomorrow of me pickaxing Ninja and my reaction to the whole
Oh
thing.
my gosh, man.
Like,
That's gonna be such big views,
if that doesn't
deserves
bang,
it.
oh god.
I know.
Like, pickaxing ninja.
Just thumbnail of like.
oh
yeah,
god.
you need just ninja with a big red arrow. Of course,
You should
pointing
have
at him.
seen his face reaction after I pickaxed him. He just looked straight faced into the camera. Because, like, as soon as I got the weapon before him, he just gave up. He was just kind of like, okay, this is just stupid. And then, so I look like a serious tryhard jumping around, like, shooting him, but he's just standing still. So then, when I realize he's standing still, I just walk up and pickaxe him. But at this moment, I don't know it's him. The last thing I want, though, is for him to think I'm stream sniping him. So I'm glad I was live both the times that I killed him, you know?
Good point, dude.
Last thing I wanted.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Highlight of your career for now.
Literally.
Ninja, especially with a pickaxe.
With a pickaxe.
It just doesn't happen, man.
It's a 1 million view video, at least. It's a 1 million view video.
I know.
The title and the thumbnail are gonna be so important, though.
It is, man. Do you do your own thumbnail still?
I do, yeah. I'm trying to find my own style for Fortnite thumbnails. Do you make your own, or do you have somebody do them for you?
I used to a lot, but then I've been having a guy. He's actually like my cousin. In-laws, my wife's cousin.
Oh,
super
cool
dude, man. He's so artistically talented. I was just like, dude. I mean, if you want to do it, it's all yours, man. I mean, it's up to you. And of course, he's down, you know. And just in his extra time, he just spends a little bit of time. And he's getting so good at it, man.
That's awesome.
And I gotta coach him, you know, the difference between art and YouTube. Like, you know, art, it's kind of looking good. YouTube, it's gotta be click worthy. That's the difference. You all right over there, dude?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay.
I know there's a trap right below me.
We're all spread out again. We gotta stop doing that.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Henis!
Bro, that bloom destroyed me. He's about to come get me.
Oh, I'm gonna go get him, man.
He got so lucky. He hip fired me, bro. He's gonna be in there reviving his teammate. You just saw him, I think, right on the first floor right there.
Oh, he's in the first floor?
Yeah, he's right there, right on the inside.
Dude!
Yeah, there he is. Going up.
Alright, I'm gonna go up and go around.
Ooh. Oh, the plays.
There's my dude. Disappeared. Oh, there you go.
Oh, he revived his teammate. There he is. He still has no clue. Oh, he's dead. There we go.
Dude, that's gonna suck, dude. I mean, what are you supposed to do in that?
Of course, I die to those guys. Yeah, right. You just saw a guy to your right. You just saw a guy to your right. Back outside.
All right. Dude, keeping my eyes, because apparently I'm freaking blind right now.
It's weird in spectator mode too. I think sometimes it gives me an extra split second to see things. But I think there was a guy right out here. Maybe behind you at that building to your right. No, there's no.
Was he down on the ground, or where was he?
Yeah, he was down at ground level.
Oh, he was. Okay. So he's probably underneath. I need to go get here. I see that green pump down there. I think I need to go get it, dude.
Why would the real Jake Paul be here, bro? He's looking for some Fortnite tips. Nah, I have no idea.
Can you do the jump gun switch yet? That one's pretty
Oh,
fun, dude.
the double pump?
Just jump. Yeah, jump, and then. And we're just jump and then move your preset guns around. All right,
Oh,
dude,
yeah. No, I know what you're
I
saying.
don't really care. I just
Yeah,
want to kill
no.
this guy.
No, I have gotten pretty decent at that. Yeah, it helps
there
so
we go.
much just to like keep moving and switch your weapons around in your inventory.
That guy see me building a jet. Oh yeah.
Getting lasered.
Oh my!
Oh.
Dude, I did no damage. It was doing 16 and 12. My man.
Damn.
Bro, dude.
Epic
what
never
the
ceases
heck?
to amaze me. Unbelievable.
Wow, I did 16 damage, 12 damage.
That's rough.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough, my man. He did it. He did it. All right. Let's keep Henis alive.
Exactly.
New goal.
I gotta like. I don't know if I'm being. It's my giant pink outfit. I think it's attracting
Oh.
people.
Dude, that honestly could be it.
I stick out like yeah, like a sore thumb, I guess again.
Oh yeah, you do. I mean, you're bright pink, dude.
Yeah.
Respect, right? All right, we'll get a win, man. We'll get a win. Let's land close to each other this time.
Yeah.
We got to align our favorite places to land. So Tilted, this building. Let me show you this route. Land with me in Tilted. It's like kind of under the T. It's a shorter building, kind of tucked away there.
Okay.
And rarely do I find more than like 1 or 2 people in this.
Okay.
It's a great place to land, dude. And then just sweep around just the double town or the double houses close to the clock tower. That's a really good place to go afterwards.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. The place just to the north of the garden or whatever that is. That's sort of,
exactly.
Okay.
That little
Gotcha.
building. Yep, you can see it. Love that one, dude. And we were killing it last time. How many games? We won like half our games last time. I think we only played like 6 or 7, and we won like 3 or 4. We were killing it, man.
We got to get back on that. Yeah. We got to find our rhythm again.
Yes, exactly, dude. Ooh, green pump up top. Look at how many people land here. Just never. Oh, it's a green tag. Sorry, so. All right, I'm breaking in on this side.
All right, I got a first AR and some potions.
Not bad, not bad.
You good?
Yeah, I'm shooting out the window, man.
Okay. Oh, somebody already checked this chest
you
right
see
here.
these guys over here?
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab this ammo
revolve
right
with
here.
these dudes. Yeah, go for it. You want to chase those guys? Let's go out. Let's go ahead and get those guys.
You ready? All right, let's do it.
Yeah, go straight, and then you see him moving over there to your
Yeah,
left.
yeah.
Get him,
Oh,
baby,
hit him
get
once, no shield.
Go drop down on him, dude. Oh my god. Oh, he's right over here, behind the dumpster. Was. Oh, jeez. You got him, dude. Tear him up.
He's got a shotgun. I don't have a good sight on him.
This is a chucky beat.
He's gonna be right out there, right behind you or something. Or I think he's in the building.
Yeah. I don't know where he went.
He went underneath.
Going up on top.
Okay.
Yeah, you must have.
Shoot, I got 1 mini potion down here.
Oh, here he is, dude. Here he is. Ah!
I see him.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, he's so weak, no shield.
Yep.
Oh, here he is. Got
This
him.
guy.
Jesus, that took forever. Holy
You see
lord.
any ARs laying around?
Yeah, there's one right down here. We got a gray one.
Okay, cool.
Do you have any AR ammo by chance?
Let me see. I have 13.
Okay,
I'm screwed.
I got 9, so
Oh my gosh.
we'll make do with what we got, I guess.
There might be a chest over here. Let's check the truck. Yeah.
Yep.
Chest in here, dude.
Beautiful. Ooh, green AR. Okay.
Come get a potion, dude. Here, come here. Where's my? There we are.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, following you, Matt.
All right. Actually, here. We'll head right up in here, right into the action.
All right, sounds good. Let's do it. There's so much stuff down below on that bottom level.
Yeah, we'll have to go loot that for sure.
Doing builds. I'll go take the brunt of it.
Nothing up here. What the heck?
What the heck? They're down below us.
Must have been.
Must be. Oh, I see him.
Okay, I'm coming up.
Okay, got one knocked down below.
Where? Right below us?
Yeah, come here.
Nice. Somebody's coming up.
Nice shooting, dude.
Let's go.
Well done. We're gonna make it out of here alive.
Hopefully. Yo, there's 2 full shields down here for you.
Oh, heck yeah, dude. We're gonna need a campfire pretty soon, too. Oh, heck yeah, thanks, dude.
Gotcha.
Woo. And the little guy.
We are out here. Let's get it.
I hear a chest too.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a trap in the store. Careful, careful.
Oh, yep,
Oh
yep.
my gosh, dude. I have some AR ammo too. Do you need it?
Yeah, I only got 2 shots.
Right here, dude. 56 right there.
Beautiful.
I don't know where that chest is, but it's
I
definitely
think
here.
it's up top.
Did someone just put a trap down here?
I think I heard
you?
one. No, that was definitely
Oh
somebody
yeah,
else.
someone's putting traps, man. I'm not seeing where they are, but they're definitely putting traps.
Heard that shot. Oh, I think. Oh, I see it. I see it. Right down here, first floor.
Oh, you see it? Okay.
Just destroyed it. Oh, they fell down.
Okay, I took a ton of shield from him, man.
Ah, shoot.
He's on the other side.
Are you with him out there?
Got him, baby. Double kill.
Nice, good stuff. I thought they ran back up inside.
I literally dropped down at the same time that they were popping out. Do you need this blue AR right here?
No, I got a scar. I'm all set.
Oh, whoa, nice, dude.
I know.
Let me double pump. Yeah, why not?
Might as well. Wait, where's this chest? Right here. Right here, I think.
I don't know, dude.
Finding chests in here is so weird. There it is.
Oh,
Ooh, another scar right in here for you.
Oh! I
Beautiful.
love the difference between the blue AR and the scar is so
It's
massive.
insane, yeah.
I got a blue bolt off those guys too, man.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, we'll be slaughtering.
Ooh. Till I get on top of here.
Yeah, I love it up
See what
here,
we
man.
got.
See if we get the pleasant crowd coming through too.
Oh shoot! Ooh, save myself.
What? Oh, did you fall?
Yeah. So it fell off the side.
Yeah, I've done that plenty of times.
I see a chest in the top of that.
Right down below. Ooh, he's under the basketball. Under basketball. Only one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's 2. Oh, that poor guy, dude. That poor guy.
Oh wait, we're getting shot up from Loot Lake, I think. Somewhere over
What?
near Loot Lake.
Whoa, serious? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely took a shot somewhere from over
Guy
there.
in the water is that a spit bubble on my screen.
I don't know. I don't see anything. I'm gonna finish this guy off. Nice. Oh, we had a jump
good,
head.
yeah. Oh, heck yeah, dude. All right, following you down. Let's go find friend. I'll look over to the right. I see him. Yeah, he's back here. He's back here.
He's still underneath.
Somewhere,
I hear
in
him.
one of these back rooms. I hear him. Yep.
I hear him. Right near me.
Oh, I think he's. Oh, got him.
Got him.
Nice job, dude. Absolutely slaughtering these guys. Oh, let me heal up, man. Or do you need it? Oh, no, you can't.
No, I got that. I got that slurp juice. Yeah. Oh, another guy.
Woo! Oh. Got this guy knocked. Woo!
Let's go.
Heck yeah, dude. Take that health kit right there.
Yeah.
Filled up, dude. Oh my gosh, man. We're in the zone right now. This is how you do it right here.
We're
And
focused.
you got a bolt action, dude.
We're good, we're
yes,
good.
The focus, man. I'll carry some grenades.
I dropped an. Oh, I already got 10 of them. Yeah. There's a.
Oh, you got 10? Okay.
There's another.
Oh, look at this, dude.
I think I
I've got another. Yeah, we got 20 grenades.
Oh, there's 2 medkits here actually. Oh no, you don't need one. You're all set.
Oh, for real? No, I'm good. I healed up. Yeah. Green pump. Yes, I do believe I will.
Perfect.
Oh, right above us, dude.
Oh, yep.
Headshot. Get the next guy.
Oh, he's going back down for his teammate, I think.
Going up.
Oh no, he pushed. Yeah, he pushed left. He pushed right.
Push right. Okay. Hey, got teammate. Oh, I do.
Got him.
Nice, dude.
We are literally in the zone right now. Yeah. I got 8 mini potions right here.
Nothing.
Do you have a slot to carry medkits? Or no, you have. You said,
Yeah, I can. I can drop some grenades. Grenades
Oh no,
are
no,
cool,
yeah, no. You got nades. I'll drop all my nades. I'll carry 2 medkits and the rest
Oh,
of these
you sure?
potions. Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
man. All right. I'll toss the nades then.
Let's get it.
Freaking headshot that dude. He had no idea. No clue, man. And you got a you got a launch pad, right?
I do. Yeah, I got 2 of them actually.
Nice. I've got one too, man. We're good.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna go check up on top of this place real quick. And then I need some.
It's always
I hear a chest in here, man. I'm gonna need some, what's it called? Resources, dude. Real bad.
Oh, I've got 600 wood, 500 brick. What do you need?
Oh, jeez, that's where it all went. Just some wood. That's fine. Hold on to the brick. Hold on to the brick.
All right, I'll drop you half my. I just dropped you half my wood right back here.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man. And this place might be unlooted, dude. Never mind. Just this side, I think. So maybe I'm a noob, man, but I just found out that, like, if you are... Oh, there's a big shield over here. Follow me, follow me.
Oh, beautiful.
If you are attacking, like, you know, just pickaxing something,
Yep.
you can pickaxe, switch back to your shotgun real quick, and run full speed again. Almost like it doesn't even affect you. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, like when you're quickly trying to loot stuff?
Oh my gosh, another shield, dude. All right, I'm gonna carry this shield instead of grenades. We'll be alright.
Yeah.
But
So,
like, let's say
oh,
I wanted
you hear
to
that?
just
Do you hear that
attack-
shotgun?
Oh yeah, go. Following you.
Just gonna get all the way back up here.
Booty. Okay.
I see him right down here, garden.
Oh, nice.
He's hit. There's only one guy.
The friend in the building over there.
What building? Oh, yep. Okay.
Hit him 3 times, 4 times, no shield. Almost dead, man. Almost dead.
I don't have good eyes on him.
Okay.
Teammate just used a jump
we got
pad.
a guy launch pad. Yeah, take him down. 1 hit. Dead.
Nice,
Oh,
nice.
geez,
Good
dude,
stuff. Good
heads
stuff.
up.
Is he still in that little
Yeah, he's in the wood
the
building.
wooden structure?
Yep. I'm shooting it down.
He just fell out the back. Yeah, he jumped out the back.
I'm in a launch pad.
Okay.
Poor guy, dude. Had no idea, man. No idea. Oh,
Wait,
jeez, I'm maxed out on wood now.
You got
some more?
You got
Yeah,
the
right
teammate?
over here, dude.
Oh yeah, I only got 100.
Yeah,
Perfect.
both dead, man. There you go, dude. Grab
Oh,
what you need. Mini shields
beautiful.
there too.
Ooh, back up to 600.
How are you
wood.
on AR ammo?
Oh, we gotta get in the safe zone here real quick. I'm good.
Yeah.
I've got over
Oh, you going
200.
that way?
So yeah. We get right down
There's
here
a
and heal.
medkit over here in the back of this truck. I don't know if you want to get it.
Yeah, I'll definitely pick it up. Which one? Up there, near you?
Over here, yeah, it's south of us in the back of a truck.
Oh god. Love it when my materials rotate.
Dude, what's up with that, man?
I don't know.
Last game I almost freaked out, man. I couldn't build. It would not let me build stairs, walls, nothing, man.
I've-
had plenty of resources. You had it?
I've seen like that sort of glitch happen to people. It's terrible.
Oh, dude, I was freaking out because it was right at the end. There was 4 people left,
The-
and luckily this guy didn't know I was behind him. Otherwise, I was done. I was
Yeah.
done, man.
The annoying glitches that I've had recently, I literally won't be able to reload my weapon. I can't reload. I can't ADS. That happens to me all the time.
Have you had the crosshair glitch yet?
No, what's
Where your
that?
crosshairs completely disappear? No joke, dude. You have no
Nah.
crosshairs on your AR, on your shotgun. I died on
Damn.
stream because of that, and it was freaking embarrassing. So infuriating, man.
I tried doing the no crosshair challenge. That was fun to do.
I think I just heard somebody jumping off a. Oh yeah, here he is, right here.
Here, I'm coming to you.
Yeah, I got shot. Someone in town shot me with a sniper too. I don't know where from. I see friend down here. All right, I'm gonna go kill friend real quick.
I'm trying to look for the sniper. Oh, I see him.
Oh, you got him?
No, he's right on top of the
This guy
tallest
just
building.
popped. Oh, maybe he just left. Tallest building. Okay.
We tried a launch pad to him. He's got another launch pad over there.
Hey, if you want to, go for it.
Yeah, he's still there.
Okay, coming, following you. Pay for his transgressions. Oh crap, we got the circle.
He's down
coming in
below?
Too. You good? Yeah, coming.
Got him.
Nice, dude. All right, grab what you can. I'm hopping on the launch pad. Let's go, dude.
Yep.
All right, I'm going far. I'm going across the river to this peak.
Yep. Yeah, we'll be safe right here.
Yeah, dude. How many kills you got, Henis?
6 right now.
Woo! I've got 9, man. We are slaughtering. I got to shield up.
That's what we like to
let me
see,
shield real quick.
baby.
Oh, dude, this is how it's done.
I still got one more launch pad too if we need to use it.
One more. Okay, okay, sweet, dude. I'm gonna shoot this other one out. I don't want anybody using it.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Okay, should we get up to the next peak?
That's
do
what
you
I'm
think, or
thinking.
stay
Yeah, I say we try to get
Okay,
up
let's
here.
go, dude. Oh yeah, yeah, heck yeah, you're already on the move, man. Following you.
Getting better at building has been like, it's become like my new obsession with this game.
Oh, for sure,
It's
man.
like
It's
all I
freaking
wanna do.
everything. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, dude. You looked hot. You looked hot in that video, dude. I couldn't believe how fast you were placing that stuff. Oh, we got people
Yeah,
over
you
here.
see building 165. Yep, you want to jump head over there?
Yeah.
I mean,
you want to shoot
it
first?
is pretty
or no?
far. No,
Oh,
we
shit,
won't.
there's another guy, gingerbread man, running
Here,
down below.
we'll go really
Yeah,
quick right
follow
over
you,
here.
follow you.
We'll go up 5.
Yep. All right, let's go.
Oh, they're shooting at it.
Oh, there's a gingerbread man.
Oh, yep, they're right at the tree right here. Right at the
Right
tree.
below
Right at the
you,
tree. Oh, he's shooting at me.
Hey, guy on you. Got this guy knocked.
Nice, good stuff.
We're getting shot at. We're getting shot at.
Yep. I don't know from where though.
Oh, I see him.
Oh, what direction?
Ooh, that hurt. He's over here on the hill at northeast. Ouch, dude.
I got a med kit and some bandages for you. Come right
Oh
in
yeah,
here.
heck yeah.
If you build back here, I can drop med kit for you. And I
Okay,
just dropped you.
coming up.
All right, perfect. Where was he?
Oh, saving the day, dude. He was like northeast 60 at the base of the.
Oh, northeast.
Oh, it looks like he's building over here. He's coming. He's
Yep.
coming.
I only see
All right,
one.
we got this.
There's only
Be
one
back in
dude.
no time. Yeah, I think I only saw one too, so I think he's solo. Yep.
Yeah, he's a pretty good
He's
builder
coming,
though.
dude.
He's fast. Yep, just try to shoot at me.
Oh shoot from our side too.
He's a fast builder. This will be fun. Trying to figure out what his game plan is here.
We got people building up over here at 285 also.
Oh, yep.
Oh yeah, he's peeking. Oh dude, I was gonna say he just peeked.
Oh, he's building right behind. Yep.
Let me know if he's peeking.
They're RPGing us.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna go kill these guys over here and take their RPG.
Okay, yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Okay, got this guy knocked over here.
Nice. Good stuff.
Keep some pressure on this yellow guy for me.
Yeah.
He's wanting to shoot me out. I might die down here, man.
No
I just
worries,
really
no
want
worries.
this rocket launcher.
Yeah, he just built a wall to try to block my view here. I'm building to him. I'm risking it.
Yep. All right, careful, man. I'm not with you. Back
Yep.
up. If you can, stay alive. I'll be right over there, dude. There's a big shield over here too. If you want to come get it.
Got him.
Oh, that was the last guy, dude. Heck
Let's go.
Yeah, man. 12 kills. What'd you end up with, dude?
7.
Dude, we killed
Solid
freaking
19 kills.
people.
Not
A
too
fifth of
bad.
the game, dude.
Not too bad.
Oh, dude, we're
Especially,
just getting
especially
started,
starting
man.
out with the Tilted Towers.
Oh, I know. What the heck? We actually made it out alive, man.
Yo, GG's, ladies and gentlemen. Drop a like in the stream if you guys are new.
GGs.
Subscribe if you haven't done so already. When you subscribe, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. On the
Yeah,
road to
back
900
in
likes.
water.
9 likes away. No worries. Let's get it. Let's get it. What is the exclamation point gone command for? Just for when I get up and leave. Nothing crazy. Oh damn, my phone's really low on battery right now.
This is a
All right, got it, man. We going tilted?
I think so. I mean, if you're feeling it, I'm feeling it.
Nope. Nope. Let's do it.
Let's get it. Same building.
Yeah, dude, isn't that building freaking nice?
It's nice, yeah. It's not a bad spot to land at all.
It's my favorite route in this place now. And then cutting across the park and hitting those buildings by the clock tower, I mean, it just seems to get the most kills every single time.
I'm landing pretty high right now, unfortunately, so it's gonna take me a while to land.
Me too, dude. Me too. Messed that one up.
See one guy going there?
Oh, shoot,
Oh, two guys
yeah.
going there, yeah.
Oh, shoot. Bail.
All
I'm
right,
running
yeah.
out. I'm basketball.
Okay, perfect,
Sorry,
perfect.
dude. Green tack over here at basketball.
I'm just gonna go right underground right now. There's a guy in the
Okay.
street running towards us, I think.
All right.
I think he's gonna come and engage, though. He doesn't have a weapon.
Okay. Definitely hear a chest underneath. Okay, I'll watch. I got a green tack for you. So grab everything down below.
Yeah, I got a green tag too, so I'm all set.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Watching to see if this guy's gonna cross on us or what. There's somebody in the apartment buildings next to us in a lower level south of us.
Lower level south, okay.
Yeah, just in case.
Oh, I see him on the street.
Out a window.
Got one down.
You got him? All right.
Yeah, right over near the tallest building. I don't know if you want to go for that or
All
what,
right, all right.
but.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Oh, your guy in this building right here.
I hear a friend. Yep.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this first.
We gotta watch out behind us too.
Yeah, definitely upstairs. Yep, 2 floors above us. Oh, he
Got
just
him.
built. He
Got
just
him.
built.
All right, coming.
He just built right there. That was him.
All right, he's gonna try to peek through. Yep.
Yeah, right here.
All right, he's peeking through. Hit him 54. One more hit. Get him.
Right there. Is he weak? Nice. Wow.
Oh, jeez, there's somebody else. Oh, 118,
Damn.
112, baby.
Oh, another person coming
my-
up.
Oh, more.
Yep. Nice, got him.
Oh my gosh, the slaughterfest.
Oh, more people coming.
Oh, another one.
Yep.
Kidding me, dude.
See if I got eyes on him coming up.
Yep.
Gotta grab some shotgun ammo.
Okay, hang on, I'll be right back. There's a big shield in here. Wow, man.
I don't really know exactly where he is. I think he's right below us.
I'm not seeing him from my angle.
You grab this chest right here.
Yep.
Alright,
I'm
I'm all
pretty
set.
low. If you find any band-aids or anything.
Oh, I got bandages for you. Yeah, right here.
Oh shoot. Okay, yeah. Hook me up, dude.
You come right back up here. Oh, guy breaking in right here.
What? Where's he at?
I don't know if he's on the level above or where the heck he is. He's right
Alright,
below us, maybe?
Whoop.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
sorry, dude. Sorry.
Bandage right out here.
Oh, thanks,
Right by the
dude.
stairs.
Oh, okay. Like right in your face, man.
Okay, I'm thinking right through here. Oh, no, not there. Huh.
All right, should we get back up higher?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea at all.
Unless he's up higher, huh?
I keep trying to hear him, though. It's weird.
There's a chest somewhere. I don't know where it's at. There it is.
This dude's
Oh,
making
nice.
me
Slurp,
antsy.
dude. None better than when a slurp just tops you off, huh?
Nothing feels better than that. Is that you breaking right now?
Yeah, just slaughtering all this stuff, dude.
Okay, yeah.
Resources.
Alright, yeah, I vote we go to another building, I think.
Alright.
This is a Chucky beat
Okay, here. Oh, that's you. I was like, I hear somebody down here.
That's me building. I'm going up to the tallest building right up here.
Alright, coming. Following you.
RPG.
Oh, shoot.
He's weak.
Oh my gosh, I slaughtered him.
he's so weak down there. It's unbelievable.
Oh, I found this other guy. Crap, dude.
Shoot, he's so weak down there. He's gotta be. Oh, he's coming out again.
Kill this other guy.
He's gotta be going for his teammate. You wanna go for him?
Yeah. Oh crap, I'm going down. Got him. There's somebody else. I don't know where, but someone shot down my stairs.
Okay.
Oh, I see him. 2 guys on me.
Coming back up to you. Where are they?
Behind you.
Nice.
Got one.
Cool. Good stuff. I hear a teammate.
Got him.
Yeah, I
Heck
got him.
yeah, dude.
Let's go. Holy crap, I'm weak
Got
right
it?
now.
Nice. Med kit. Yep. There you go, dude.
Yeah. Beautiful. I hear a chest to my left too. God damn, chat.
Okay. Dude. Another purple tack ready, man, if you're into those.
Oh, absolutely. Any day.
Aren't they freaking delicious? Dude, I freaking sailed from the rafters and just popped that dude in the head for 175. Isn't that a good feeling when you're flying through the air and just get a one tap?
Nothing better. Wish I had a sniper right about now.
I know,
It's
dude.
the
Where's
one
all the
thing I
good
feel like
guns?
I'm
I've only got a
lacking.
green AR still.
Yeah, same.
Grenades, I guess. Was there only one med kit, dude?
Yeah, there was, unfortunately.
Okay.
I was hoping there'd be two, but...
We should go see where these guys are, dude. This guy had a rocket launcher down here.
Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah. Oh, I got a bandage job, too. You don't have any more rockets by chance, do you?
I do. I got 14.
Oh, my goodness. Is it cool if I take the rocket launcher, dude?
Absolutely. Nah, I got nades and I got a
Or-
crossball, so... That's all
okay,
you.
nice, man. Yeah, we'll carry some minis, too, huh? Oh, big shield. Heck yeah, come over here, dude.
Let's get it. I'll
Big
take
shield
that.
just sitting here on the ground. Oh, look, another big shield.
Two of them.
Wait,
Oh.
don't take it. Here, come here, dude.
Oh, yeah.
1 mini right there.
Perfect.
Last mini we have, dude, and that's all we need.
Yo, Henis, can I have a shout out? Yo, Pixel, shout out to you, buddy. Yo, Peanut Man, you're getting close, brother. You're getting close to those points. I can take these bandages right here.
Yeah,
Oh, damn.
We did it again, dude.
We did it again.
Absolutely
We survived
slaughtered
tilted.
people today. We did it. We did it. Yeah.
Haven't heard that in a while.
Sorry, man. Been around little kids too much.
No, it's all good. Understandable.
My 4th graders, dude. Last year we were singing the Caillou. I'm just the kid who's
yeah.
like, we would sing that so much last year.
Oh, here, I got a little campfire for you here. If you want to heal up.
Oh, heck yeah, man. Let's do it. Yeah. I'm just a boy who's 4. Yeah, I can't believe we didn't find at least
Whoa.
a sniper. Do you have a blue AR or anything? I'm just curious.
Nah,
if they're,
I
like,
just
in-game or
got a
not.
green
What
one
the
right now.
heck, dude? What the heck is going on here? You want to check for the Pleasant crowd real quick, or should we just get out of here? Pleasant crowd probably already came, huh?
Yeah, they probably already came in left, to be honest. I'm going to do one more look up top, though. We'll see.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
Just at the off chance.
This is a tricky beat production.
Their team to our right.
Yeah. Oh, you actually see one or no?
Nah, I don't.
Okay. Minigun right here, man. Feeling it. Ooh.
Oh, I see a team moving to the west. They're coming down the hill. They're going to probably go around tilted. Oh, and I'm getting sniped at.
What the heck? I was gonna say, dude, I
There
heard
we
that.
go. All right, let's see. We got some action over here. Oh, look at this. We got some nice loot up here.
Okay, hang on. I'm just kind of separated from you.
Yeah,
Making
no.
my way back towards you.
Got another full shield.
All right.
Yeah, the snipe came from. The snipe came from somewhere to the northwest. Ooh, shoot.
Oh, I see him up there on the hill. Pleasant Park, people.
Oh, they're trying to snipe me through the window.
Uh-huh. Oh, there's more people over here northeast of us. We're kind of sandwiched in here. We need to be
Where are
careful.
you? Oh, you're on the roof. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm on the rooftop. Oh, and there's more people up in southwest, dude. We got a massive sandwich. So we got people, southwest, west of us, and northeast of us.
Oh yeah, I see those people building to the west over there.
Be super
That's not
careful,
good.
dude.
Yeah.
Please push on us, dude. I want to use this rocket launcher real back. Yeah, that guy's still peeking out of his brick building over here.
How do I do this?
What do you? Oh, are you trying to rotate the stairs?
Yeah. How do you do that?
It's freaking okay. So you would need to hit a middle small one, and then 1, 2, 3, like wrap it around 1, 2, 3. So it's almost like the L piece in Tetris. Yeah.
Guy pushing up right over here. He just fell down to the west. Yeah, you see he built the metal down.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh my gosh. Should we get him?
Gosh. Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me.
No! I'm coming down, dude. I got you. I got you. Dude, I
gotta
hit
be
that
kidding
building
me.
all the freaking time, man.
Oh, he's over by the clock tower.
Oh shoot. Okay, clock tower. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to crawl behind here, close to the basketball court.
Okay, you're
Get around
you're
the
good.
corner. Yeah. Perfect.
No.
God damn
we
it,
got
dude.
this, man. I know.
I got 15
Dude, I
bandages and
swear this
a
building
potion,
is
but
worse. What is it about it? I don't know what it is.
proRIP, dude. proRIP.
All right. I'm gonna lock you in. Get when you're ready to come out. Come on out, dude. Let's do it.
And one more bandage and I'll be good.
Going up.
Good job, Henis. Yo, thanks, Bob Jeep. I'm doing my best out here, man. Yeah, I think they're. Well, yeah, when I saw the guy who was over close, he was over towards clock tower. Oh, yep.
Okay, yeah, he's jetting. They're leaving right now. Oh yeah, they're fighting it out.
Yep.
All right, I don't have a lot of resources. We'll just use their stuff.
Okay.
Crap, dude, we're gonna take some damage here.
Yeah.
All right, screw it. Let's go up. Let's go up. It's worth it. We don't have time to wrap around and do all that. Do you have another campfire or no?
I do not. No.
All right, we got some shooting right down below us, dude. Here we go. Ready?
Yep. Got him.
Okay, got bandages and stuff.
Yeah. Oh,
Sniper,
another
if you want it,
person.
man.
Another person.
Oh,
Building
there's
up right
another
above us. Yep.
one? Above us?
Oh shoot. Yep, right above us. Oh shoot. Got him.
Nice, dude. Nice shoot, dude. Heck yeah.
All right, I'm healing up right now.
Yeah, me too.
Hopefully one of these guys had a better AR. I think one of these guys may have even had a med kit.
Oh, yeah, dude, I think there's a scar down here. Look down below us. Look at all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
Wait, no, not a scar, but oh my gosh, dude, there's stuff everywhere. Look at all this stuff.
Damn.
Oh, there's a med kit. Nice, dude.
This is what it's all about.
Holy moly, dude.
Here, actually. Yeah, you can go ahead and grab that med kit, actually. Hold on, let me go back up and check.
All right. Wait, where's the med kit? Okay. I'm using med kit and I'll carry minis.
You got a lot of building material right now?
Yeah. Whoa, yeah. I've got a bunch now.
I'm trying to think of what I should take. Shoot. I think I'm going to drop the bandages. Get the mini potion. I'm taking the
All right,
boogie
yeah,
bomb.
I've got 6 minis. Up to you, dude. Yeah, boogie's always good. All right, under me. Do you need wood or no?
Yeah, I do. I only got 96.
Okay. All right, right here, dude. Right here, under me. Half, and half my brick.
Damn. You were maxed.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, bag. Oh, knocked his buddy.
They're both in pretty heavily. Nice.
Woo-hoo-hoo, nice shooting, man. Oh, rocket launcher for both of us, dude.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm going to take that over the
my
boogie bomb.
gosh.
Absolutely.
Oh, someone's saying blue AR. Did you get a blue AR?
No, I
Your
didn't.
chat saying blue AR.
Was it really
You
a
want
blue
to go
AR?
find it real quick?
Blue assault rifle?
Probably so. I mean, there was a lot of stuff. But I
Yeah,
don't
there
know.
really was.
I mean, it's not your regular Scar meme, so I mean, you can probably trust the
I'm
blue
hoping.
AR chat.
Yeah.
I see-
Shoot, it's probably in the storm now.
Oh shoot, yeah, I'm not seeing it,
Yeah,
dude.
I'm not gonna go back in there for that.
Oh,
not worth
wow,
it.
Yeah, we're good, man.
We got the green. It's all good. It's all good. But yo, Mr.
yeah.
Hattrick, thank you so much for the $2 super chat, buddy. I appreciate that, man. Yo, how many rockets do you have?
29. What are you
perfect.
rocking?
I got 9.
Whoop. All right, right here, dude.
Oh, here we gotta move quick.
All right, grab him quick. Grab him quick. All right, and off we go, dude. This is not an AR game. This is crazy. Just green ARs, as far as the eye can see.
Yeah. Which is terrible because we're probably gonna end up running into somebody who's got
Who's got a
who's
freaking
got
legendary
three gold scars. Yeah, right. Getting close to the end of the game here though. Probably gonna
Oh,
pop.
man.
Oh, I should have
You
popped
wanna
this
Get it,
Pro-
get it.
How many
Yeah,
kills you got
pop
right
it,
now?
too, man. 8 right now.
Nice, I got 6.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna just get to the safe zone, build myself a little house.
Okay, sounds good. We're in now. If you want to get to a peak, though, up to you, dude. I'm gonna scout from up here.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna come up there with you. Yo, if you guys are new to the stream, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe if you have not done so already. Your name appears in the lower right-hand corner when you guys do subscribe. Appreciate all the
Hit him,
love. You guys
hit
are
him.
dope. Yep.
He's building. He's building. Let's push. Hit him hard, dude. I don't know how that wasn't a headshot. my sister's in your chat, man. Rach. She
Oh, is she
said,
really?
you watching the chat?
You watching the
Yeah.
chat?
Yeah, I got chat pulled up. Yeah.
Oh, you building out to you?
Oh yeah.
Going up to your base. Going up to your base. Oh, I got somebody else sniping at me.
Got him.
That's
Got
good
him. Got him.
stuff. Kind of see where I'm getting sniped from.
Where are they shooting us from, dude?
I think I'm getting sniped from 195. Yep, 195.
195. Oh, okay.
Oh, I see him. Ah, shoot. Maybe that was just the. I think that.
Should we get up on this? Well,
Oh, I
no,
see.
we don't gotta go that way. Oh, he just jumped down.
Oh, did he really?
Just jumped down. Yeah. Do you need more wood, by the way, dude?
I see 2 people up there. Yeah, I got 395 or 315. You got some.
You need more wood?
Yeah.
Right here, dude. I
Perfect.
got maxed out again.
Hey, what's up, JRTDM? How you doing today? All right.
Oh yeah, somebody died right over here, man. There's some stuff all over the ground.
Yep.
I got 1 launch pad, by the way.
Oh, okay, perfect, perfect. I'm hoping this guy's gonna peek right up there. Or you said he fell down, right?
Yeah, they jumped down. I don't know where they're
Okay.
at though. All right, I'm in the circle right here.
This is a Chucky production.
I'm
Whoa.
not seeing anybody else though.
Yeah, I don't see these guys right now.
I'm gonna shoot this tree out. How are you doing on AR ammo?
I got 400, so I'm all set.
Okay, sweet.
Good.
Sweet. Yeah, my big sister, man, she never watched streams, hardly ever played video games, but dude, she freaking loves watching Fortnite.
Oh, I remember you mentioned.
Oh, up top,
Did you
up
mention
top,
that when
up
you were-
top.
Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah, yeah. All right, I'm gonna send some rockets.
Okay.
Yeah, keep pressure on, keep pressure on.
Oh, they're building back. See them? They're building behind mountain. Oh
Nice,
shit.
nice, nice.
Yep, he's trying to snipe. He's on that last ramp. Hoping he peeks that again. Nice, keeping the pressure. Oh, almost had him.
Oh, they killed somebody. Somebody died up there. I saw the whatever it's called.
This is awkward.
Yeah, yeah. We can get out of here if we need to, man. We have a launch pad, by the way.
Very informative. Ah.
Oh, I hit the guy. I hit that guy.
Nice, nice, nice.
The guy you barely missed. I hit him. We need to watch out below us too.
Yeah.
What do we got
Trying to
left?
find out where the rest of
Alright,
these
we got
teams are.
2 up
I have
there.
no
Yeah,
idea where
where's
they
the
are.
other 2, dude? Where would the other 2 be? What the heck? Right below us or what?
Oh, that guy almost got me.
Yeah, me too, man.
Ooh. Oh, that hurt. You got any heals?
All right, we're getting slaughtered. Nope, I have mini shields though.
I'll take those if you can.
All right, got him right under me, dude.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'd say we're done peeking these guys.
Yeah. Come on, come on.
Should we just launch pad over, dude? What do you want to do? What's the call? What's the call?
Do you want to try to launch pad across the river? Try to head to that drop that's over there. The drop that's right across the river to our west.
That was so close. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
All right.
Oh, I see him building over there.
All right, nice.
All right,
Nice.
other guys here, jump it up.
We gotta go.
Jump, go.
I'm wicked low right now. They're at the battle bus.
Okay, here's the other guys. Yeah, I'm on top of the bus on him.
Got one. See him right underneath me.
Yeah, right underneath. All right.
Got him.
Oh, you. Nice job, man. Nice job. Okay, these other guys, they're building across. They're east of us.
All right, I gotta heal up here real quick.
Oh, I knocked one.
Oh,
dude.
nice.
Oh, I killed him. I killed two.
Nice.
What? I killed him with rockets. Where's the last guy? I thought that was it.
Gotta be one more solo, I guess. Oh,
Oh, there's a legendary rocket launcher.
is that you
Oh
who
my
just
gosh,
opened that up?
shield.
oh okay.
Yeah,
There's a
that
drop
was
right here too. Ooh, here we go.
Real. Wow, dude.
All right,
Where's
here
this last
was.
guy at, man? Yeah, shield up.
I got a meta up here too.
Where is this last guy, dude? I bet you he's in this little house. Or is he down here?
Oh no, he's right in the bush right down here, I think.
What?
Yep, no, he's right beneath me in the bush, directly below me. Nice.
Oh, nice spot, dude. Wow, 2 in a row, man.
That's what we do.
2,000 damage
That's
in
what we
both of
do.
them, too. That's crazy. That's what we do, man. We just win. All I do is.
What's up, Dan Johnson? Welcome to the stream. That new skin looks dope. It's obnoxious, but it's definitely funny to wear, for sure. Yo, make sure you guys drop a like in the stream. Subscribe if you guys have not done so already. When you subscribe, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. We're less than 50 likes away from 1,000 likes. Let's get it. Yo, you down to play some more?
Oh, of course, man. Sorry about that.
Let's get it. 23 kills. Oh, yeah. How many kills did you have? I think I had 7.
11, man. What'd you have?
So I had, yeah. So you had about 18. Nice.
Oh my gosh, another 5th of the game. Holy crap.
Read what I said. I got you, Winter. Let me find your message here. I just wanted to say I'm proud of you. Hey, thanks, Winter. I appreciate that.
Feels good, man.
Feels good. Yo.
2 wins equals $20.
Damn. The best gamer alive comes in with a $20 dono. Says 2 wins equals $20. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat, brother. I appreciate that. Oh, I had 8 kills? Oh, okay. So we had a 19 kill game. Ooh, nice. Yo, let's get some gamer hype in the chat, guys. Appreciate the support, man.
Gamer.
Go for the 20 kill? Yeah, we got to go for the 20 kill. You ready to go tilted again?
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
That's how we improve,
What's
right?
the difference between a PC and an Xbox? Everything, man. Your happiness. Your eternal
One's good,
happiness.
one's not?
One's good and one's not. One has 60 FPS. One does not have 60 FPS. Yo, Moldy Drag, appreciate the support.
Yeah, I don't know how console players play this game, man. Love to you guys, dude, because I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I couldn't controller on this game. No way.
Are you going to that? Yeah, let's go to that same building again.
Yep.
If you're
Yeah,
that.
same building, dude. I'm
Perfect,
telling you,
perfect.
that's where it's at. It's just so good.
Going for this chest that's right in here again.
All right, I'll go lower deck.
Oh, of course, another
No!
dude landed here with me, man. He's gonna.
Yeah, where's he at? On the roof?
You know, he's right here on my body. He's jumping down. No, he just jumped out to your left. To your left. He's on the ground.
Oh.
He just jumped out. Yep. He's gonna be down there somewhere. I think he's running around front. I hear his footsteps.
Got him knocked.
Nice.
I'll be right back up, dude. I'll be right back up. Ooh, what was
I don't hear any other
thinking,
footsteps right now. I don't know. Thank God he didn't finish me.
man? Okay, coming
That's
in, dude.
that's one of the
Coming
good
in.
ones.
Here, come
Yeah.
over here,
Let me
come
crawl
over
right in here. Perfect. Yeah, you
Yeah.
should be good to get me right
Not
there.
the safest spot. I'll probably get popped in the face, but hopefully people are distracted. Dang, dude, that guy freaking wide AR'd you, huh?
Yeah. I had my back turned. I had no clue.
Here, take this. Take his wide AR and take this shield right here, dude.
Perfect. Oh, I think that's what he grabbed off me. I think he opened up the
Oh,
chest.
is that what it was?
Yeah, so I opened up the chest and I think he grabbed it as I was looting it. One of
I
those
hate
people.
that, man. It's such a crapshoot when you're going for an open chest.
Right. Alright, I got a shotgun.
Okay. Oh, sweet. I found another white air.
Got a trap here.
Checking park real quick. There's a blue tack in park.
Ooh, another chest down here. Oh, I got some mini potions. Oh, I'm already all set. Yo, these are for you then.
Oh, heck yeah, dude.
Let me come out here.
Oh,
and
you got
get these
shield?
two.
All right.
Yeah.
Where you at? Where you at? I'm out
Gosh.
back. Crap,
Okay, here we
can't
go. I'm
find
coming around here. You out front.
you. Okay.
Let me just drop you all those right there.
Yep.
Yeah, let me grab this blue tack
I'm
here
gonna
for
bundle up.
sure. For sure. All right.
Let me bust this tree, dude. It's the worst not having resources in here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a guy. In this house right here.
Okay. First. Oh, yep. First floor.
He just closed the door on us. Going up.
Oh, he just went underneath. I think
Van-
he's underneath.
Vantage is up here. Vantage is up here if you want it. You okay?
Yeah, I'm all set. I'm all set. Got them both.
Oh crap! I'm not set, dude. Two people literally dropped. Two people. And I couldn't do enough freaking damage.
Oh shoot! You died.
Did you kill them all?
Yeah, I did.
Dude.
Oh, you should have seen. I was hoping you were gonna see that
Slaughtered
play.
the shield out of them. Oh, sorry, man.
Damn, that's all
Dang
good.
it, dude.
All good.
I slaughtered these guys, but you know the tack, dude.
You're right.
Sometimes it hits hard, sometimes it just doesn't.
All right.
All right, this is all you, man.
I'm gonna turn up here for you. We're gonna make some magic. Did you have any bandages by chance?
Yeah, dude, I did. Yep, take those minis too.
Where were these bandages?
If I would have oh no, I did mini. That's right.
Did you not have any bandages?
I thought I did, man. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, I guess I didn't. I'm not seeing any. Slurp it though.
Yeah.
Get a slurp right outside on the other side of that wood. Turn around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just wish I had some bandages before I slurped it.
I know, man. Up to you, yeah.
We'll check down here real quick. Maybe somebody didn't check the. Oh. Ooh. The clutch. I'll only spend a little bit more time in here.
All right, no, dude. Win the game, man. Let's see it.
You want me to go all the way?
It's your stream, man. That's the only reason I killed myself, dude.
Oh,
You
God.
win this right now.
The pressure
Chat
is
wants to see it.
totally on
We
right
want
now.
to see you clutch this right now, man. You can do it, man. I know you can.
No pressure, I guess, right? No pressure. We do have good material right now, though. I'll take that.
Put that plunger to use, man.
Exactly. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to grab here. Those. All right, let's make some magic happen.
All right, dude. Yeah, I'm so glad we've been playing together, man. We just kind of mesh well, you know? We get a lot of
Yeah.
wins together. It's hard to find people that you have, like, that kind of chemistry with, you know?
Right,
that,
right.
That balance of aggression and strategy and stuff, like, to be on the same page with somebody, that's big, dude. Hmm? Where's our boy?
Oh.
Where the heck?
I think he's in here.
Yeah, he's right in that back room, huh? There you go. Ah, there you go. Flush him out. Oh,
there's a
baby! Oh, there's your sandwich. Get out of there!
Oh, Lord.
Dude, you made it out without taking any damage.
We're
That's
somehow alive.
amazing, man. Holy crap. There you go.
Oh, what?
Oh, shoot.
What the heck just happened there?
How'd you even manage that? Oh, grenade. Hey! Probably to the left of you too, or yep, there he is. Nice, man. Nice.
Whoa.
I think he's coming through the roof. Woo! He puts a launch pad
Was he
down.
trying to? Yeah, was he trying to fool
I
me? Or
guarantee
like, what
he
the hell
meant
was
to
he
trap
trying
you,
to do?
dude. He puts a launch pad. What's this guy thinking, man?
I don't even know.
May as well bust it out and then launch pad. Was someone trying to build up behind you or no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, I'm all out
Yeah.
of material.
Oh, never. Yeah, someone did build up behind you. I knew it. Oh crap, behind you too. Henis! Henis!
Shoot.
Gosh, freaking clutch this. Look at him, he's looking at you. Nice, nice, nice. Henis! Oh my gosh, how much shield?
Oh,
Dude.
my lord.
Oh my gosh. You're a freaking monster, man.
There is no
my
way.
gosh, it
I should be
never
alive
ends.
right now. Need that building material. There's nothing here? No way. How do these guys not have any building material, dude?
Everybody's out. You're slapping the
Bro,
walls.
Nobody had any building material. I got 50. Yeah, okay.
So is that why they call you ProHenis? I see now. It all makes sense. Oh jeez. Oh. Oh my god, dude.
Nope, that's not cool.
Oh jeez. Let him fight. Oh my. Yes. Oh, you got it.
No way,
I
dude.
know, dude. That one last shotgun shot, dude. That was freaking epic, though, man. Well played.
Eight
Don't let that
kills.
one sweat,
Damn.
dude. I freaking lost the game earlier because I missed one shotgun shot. That guy got away with 5 health, dude. Literally, one more pellet. One more freaking pellet. Dude, that was
Rip.
amazing, man. Forget that last part. Unreal, dude.
That would have been so sick. God, that would have been so sick. If I had,
Gosh, if you would have got out of that one, I'd be bowing right now. I would have got out of my computer chair and just started bowing
like,
towards your direction.
again, like the key there, and this is what I always run into, I always just run out of material, right? That was the biggest thing right there. If I have more material, I build myself a little base up against that side of that building. God, that would have changed everything.
That would have, man.
It's the stuff that keeps
I
you
know,
up at
what
night,
kind of
man.
material? I know. Like, I totally underestimated how important it is to have, like, 500.
Right.
At least 500 of material. Like, man, you blow through that stuff. We doing it again?
Let's do it. I mean,
You
it's
feeling the fire?
it's working out for us.
Some guy named Blaze messaged me on Discord and said, please, man, just start. I don't know what he's saying please, man, for. But he said, please, man, I know Henis before he had got to 100,000.
Really?
So, yeah, so what's up to Blaze? I don't know if that's like...
The name,
know.
yeah, the
I
name
don't know.
doesn't really ring a bell, but I mean, 100,000 people
My
is a
man,
lot,
please.
or however many it was.
Yeah, 100,000, yeah.
If I saw it in chat, I might recognize it with the profile picture.
Yeah. Yeah, cool
Oh,
name. I like that the simplicity Blaze with a Z.
yeah.
Got a guy kind of in front of me. Oh, never mind. They're going clock tower, dude. I'm going to our house. Oh, dude, I love this house. Sorry, dude. I took a deep boy. Oh!
Oh, he's shooting at me. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, he tried to go for me. Yeah.
I'm gonna die probably.
Are you on the roof, or where are you?
I'm down below. I think I'm safe, but you gotta come get me quick. Open this door and I'll slide in.
Oh, right in here. Yeah.
All right. Ooh. Dude, that guy was.
Oh, here I'm
I
trying to
couldn't do
close,
anything.
trying to close the door, but it keeps wanting to
Oh,
revive you.
sorry.
I got a med kit for you
Dude,
though,
that guy
just to
didn't
get in
miss a
there.
shot. Oh no way, man! What are the
Yeah.
odds? Heck yeah, dude.
They're right on the second floor. Yo, chat, if anybody got a clip of that, you guys let me know. That's something I'll show to the grandkids for sure.
The grandkids.
There's another white AR in here for you if you want it.
Okay, sweet, dude.
Let's see what else we're
Break all the furniture and stuff down. It gives you so much wood.
Yeah, that's a good idea actually.
I cleared this room and I'm already at almost 80.
I'm getting a lot of metal too.
Yeah, I usually leave the fridge and stuff alone. I mean, that's up to you though. If you want the metal, I don't really care about it. All right, we clear up.
I think so, yeah.
No secret chest. Oh, well, this one's got a pallet. You can get it from here too, Henis. Like it'll let you jump up in here like this. If you ever have that chest and you're like worried about getting shot up.
Oh yeah, that's probably better than what I was doing for sure.
All right, let's get down here, dude. Oh, there's a crossbow. You like that thing?
I mean, it's sort of a gag weapon at this point, but I'll take it.
Yeah. All right, follow me up here, dude. I don't have a shotty or anything. Let me know if you see one, okay?
Will do. I don't have one either, so we'll both be in need of one.
Okay.
Oh, underneath? Ground?
Okay, I was gonna say. Oh, careful, dude.
Got him. Get a pump.
Okay, looking for friend.
Give me that.
Okay, what you want? I'm gonna grab this. All right, thanks. Oh, you want me to here? Break, come up here.
Yeah,
Come
I'm
up here.
gonna
I got
do
him
it.
for you. Get ready to catch. Here you go.
Perfect.
How is there nobody back here, dude?
I don't know.
It's so quiet right now.
I think there were sniper
Zero
shots from
kills.
the. I think there were shots from the like 60-degree, the biggest building.
Oh, Trump Towers.
Yeah. Oh, is that what people call it?
Someone called it. Yeah, Trump Tower, dude.
Damn, that makes so much sense. I was playing with
I know.
you know who KP5 is? Oh,
Oh, right above us. Right, east.
that's gotta be really
Here,
close.
check out.
Oh, right above us
Behind this door
east.
right here.
Oh wait.
Yeah, follow me.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
I'll
you
let you
got
lead
it?
the
Here you
way.
go. He was.
All right.
Oh, there he is, dude. Nice.
Oh, teammates coming out.
Oh, get that scar, dude. Oh yeah, teammate was in here somewhere. Not far.
Oh, underneath. Two of them underneath.
Okay.
Underneath the stairs. Got one.
Oh jeez, dude.
Got them both.
Oh my gosh. Calm down, dude.
Oh.
Let me have some kills. Oh jeez. Right here. Careful, dude. Sorry, I wanted to wall up just so we can be safe. Yeah, they're right here.
Yeah, they're going underneath and around to you. Coming to your side.
Okay, all right.
They just went up there.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Ah, shoot. Oh, right up here. Got him.
Oh my gosh, nicely done.
I'm gonna grab that medkit.
Again, dude.
More nades coming out. I have no idea. Oh. I don't know. I don't have any
You
idea.
all right? I put a trap down.
Oh, okay. Was that you with the nades?
Oh, I got
shoot.
sniped in the head from somewhere. Dude, he shot me through the door. Here, I'm coming in the.
Yeah,
we're
just
safe in
stay right there. Just stay right there.
Okay. Oh, he's
sh-
coming through the door. Run to me. Oh, he's
Oh.
about to get. What?
I thought he came around back.
Dude, what?
No,
I died behind a wall, man.
No, he killed me. So you died. So you went
Oh, I
down.
was like, what?
Yeah.
No way. He actually got you in the back.
Yeah. I did a double check and I stayed in the right in the entryway of that door.
Shoot, man. You tried to carry me that time, dude, but it was too heavy.
We got this next one, dude. Landing at tilted towers is way too much fun.
It is, dude. It is. I mean, it's not the best for winning. I mean, we did kind of prove that wrong, but yeah, it was my bad on that one, man.
I won't be home for dinner now.
Oh man,
I have to work late.
that's rough. That's rough.
I have to work tonight.
Wow, Snake, what are you talking about, Billiard, dude? I don't even want to hear it. I asked you to play duos earlier, man. You want to know what you said? You were like, nah, I'm playing League of Legends. And then you had the audacity to say, oh, play League on stream. Come on, man.
League of Legends.
Exactly.
You know, so I'm having a baby soon, man, and we were thinking of the name Ezra, right? And my wife today was like, what about like Ezreal? And I was like, no. He goes, they're related names. I don't know if you know, but Ezreal is a like a super girly kind of 80 character in League of Legends.
No, I don't
like,
know.
no,
Yeah.
Ezreal.
That's funny, though.
We do like Ezra, though.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Are you down to do some squats?
Dude, I can do some squats.
Well, let's do it. So that's what Billiard was telling me about. Apparently, he's been asking me to do squads apparently in the chat, and I've just been missing it.
Oh shoot, man.
Nah, but he's a good player.
He can hold his own.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. He's got a couple of 20 kill solos. He knows what he's doing.
Okay, we're approval, man, right there.
Exactly.
You can pull numbers like that.
Oh, sick. I got a bush for you if you want it. I know they're tempting.
Oh! There's a big shield in the park, too. So if we can find some minis, we can close it up.
Actually, I'll pick that up, to be honest. Oh, damn. You've already excavated this whole place.
Yeah, dude, I'm slaughtering here.
Oh, I got a scar. Let's get it. I got a white AR right here for you if you need it.
Why don't you share the goodies, dude? Oh, I got a white AR, he says.
No, I got the white AR. Yeah, see.
I'm gonna break through over here, dude.
Okay. Do you not need it? Do you not need? Or you already have an AR?
Oh yeah, I've got a white one.
Oh, okay.
Here, shield up, dude.
Beautiful. But yeah, billiard, 100%. Okay, yeah. Yeah, billiard and bear. I'll drag you guys in after the after this game.
Oh, somebody's in this house right here, dude.
After we get this win right here. Oh, yep,
Right
they just broke out.
Through.
Just broke out the back.
Here,
Yep.
get ready.
I'm ready.
This poor guy, dude. Oh shoot.
He ran back out. Oh, wait, what? Oh shoot! Oh!
Oh my God! Black knights everywhere!
Was there more people? Yep, one more. No, shoot! He got me. He's right in the stairs. Right in the stairs.
Crap!
There's a pump right there. There's a pump right there if you want to grab it or attack. Or he's getting shot up from behind now.
Got him.
Nice,
Oh shoot!
nice.
There's two people here though. Oh, stay low, man.
Yeah, I'm good for right now. You might be able to get back to me.
Ooh, headshot on this guy. Yeah, hang on one sec, dude.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, grenades.
Yeah, I think they're fighting
Alright,
somebody
coming
else. Yeah.
Holy heck, man. That was nuts.
Jesus.
It's like 4 black knights just stuck in the little stairwell. Okay, there's 2 people on the roof east of us. Super lit. And they were shooting down this way, and I don't know if they were shooting at me.
Bear wants to play surprise. I know, right? Nah, it's all good. I'm down to play with him. Oh, there's a slurp right down here if you need it. I'm hearing a med kit, or not a med kit, but a chest.
Yeah, dude. I'll take that slurp, man. Oh, shoot.
That's me getting shot at.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, just lasered him. Got him to run back inside real quick. I'm gonna go down and grab this chest underneath. Or unless you already grabbed it.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't grab it. I hear it down there.
Oh, you do hear it down there? I didn't hear it anymore.
I hear something. Maybe it's up.
Oh, yeah, it's not down here.
I don't know where this thing is, dude. Definitely hear one, though.
Oh, on the roof? On the roof of the building to the east.
Okay, one sec. They're still up there, huh? They should be low.
Yeah, he's really low. He's got no shield left. Just hit it all off. You want to rush him?
Oh, yeah, let's go, dude.
Let's do it.
Coming in from the side a little bit. I have, like, no shotgun ammo. Oh, following you. Oh, this guy's just so screwed, dude.
Hey, where is this guy? Oh, right out here? Oh, nice. Good stuff.
Killed him. I think I might hear someone else. I'm not sure if that was you or not.
Yeah, I was right on the roof right there.
God.
I'm gonna go back over here and grab the chest that was in this building we were just in.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, Epic knew what they were doing when they put all this furniture in here. Like, that's some good wood. If you know what I mean.
I think it's, oh, it's gotta be right up here. Here it is. Yeah, I found it. Finally, jeez.
What, you got the chest?
There's
Where
better,
was it,
there's better to
man?
have something good in it. It was right on the staircase. Oh, it's
See
got
a guy
it.
at the base of Trump Tower.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a big shield in Trump Tower, dude. You wanna rush it down before this guy gets here?
Yeah, I say let's do it.
Okay.
I'm right here with you. I'm right in the street.
All right, coming. Yeah, it's the one up above. Oh, what the heck?
Oh, I see a
there's
purple tack in there
chest
too.
and everything, dude.
I'm in.
Chest, shield, and everything.
Got a blue tack.
If we get some minis out of here. Oh, nice, dude. So there's people down below us. I don't know where they're at, but there's a boogie bomb here if you want to carry it, dude. Oh, shoot. Somebody's about to break through over here. Northwest 330 apartment building.
Got him.
Nice.
Teammates over there.
Teammate dead, dude.
Oh, shoot. I'm getting shot at.
Oh, crap. Do you have any
Roof
mini
to
shields,
the
by the
east.
way, or no?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, hold tight. I'll be up there.
I'm just gonna get to this guy's loot right here.
You're not in danger, are you?
Oh, shoot.
Like,
No, I'm all
palace.
set. I'm all set.
Taller roof or shorter roof?
He is on the
I see him.
shorter roof, yeah.
Oh, lit this guy up, dude, at the L buildings. Holy crap. Yeah, I lit that guy up, man. They're in the upper level of the front building.
Okay.
I'm going to break through and start pushing.
Sounds good. I'm ready to go when you are.
Here we go.
Oh, they're shooting arrows?
Really?
I think I just saw somebody. Oh, yep.
Got one knock. Buddy's down below.
Oh, he just snapped on me. My lord.
Dude, he got you, huh? Here,
Nice.
come the... Here, I can wall up. There we
Okay,
go.
perfect.
Got some minis here, some bandages. I'm not seeing a slurp or anything for you, though.
Nah, I gotta make it though. Oh, shoot, we got the storm to worry about too. We should just run for
Oh,
it.
crap. All right. Grab those minis behind you,
Oh, shoot, yep.
and then we got to go.
Hopefully I won't have to heal up.
Ow!
If I do, you should probably just be able to revive me if we're close enough.
Yeah, that's true, dude. I think we got you.
I don't want to waste the medkit right now.
Yep.
Oh, was that? Oh, yeah, crossbow
Oh my
shoot.
God.
Crossbow shooting at us.
Come
Gotta be
on,
kidding
man.
me.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Dude, are you kidding me? How does this guys even see us?
Don't even know. Shooting
There you
crossbows
go.
at us from the tree to the, yep, northeast. Alright, I'm gonna med up real quick. I think one's pushing
hit
to
him a
our,
couple times.
yeah, one's close to the, one's close to the storm line here, to our left, to the north. Right on the storm line. He's right behind this tree right here. Yeah, he's pushing up.
This guy's got no shield over here. Oh, he knocked this guy down. What the heck? Point blank
Nice.
green pump headshot did 22 headshot damage, dude. And I was right. That one was for sure right on him. His
Where-
buddy was up here.
Was the guy by the tree up here? Alright.
Yeah, to the left of the tree. How you doing on resources? You good?
I got nada right now.
Oh, okay. Grab all that stuff then.
That's a little bit better.
Oh yeah, you got it. Okay. Here, I'll grab the bandages right here.
Okay, yeah. I'll grab the,
Thank you, dude. Are
grab
you
the,
not double pumping
grab
these
the
guys?
crossbow. Nah, dude, I can't vibe with it. It's just not.
Really?
I don't know.
It took me so long, but I forced myself. Like knowing how powerful it was, dude. I just had to. Oh, right in front of us. I think I only saw one guy.
Okay.
Oh, shoot, dude.
Yep, right underneath.
Okay. Oh, there's a trap down here.
I had to finish him.
There's another guy. Super lit.
Where is he?
He's pretty much dead. Got him.
Nice, good stuff.
Ooh, purple scar. Is this one mine?
Yeah, that one's all you.
Do you have one?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay. You have any shield, by the way, dude?
I do. I got 2 minis.
Okay.
Got those for
There you
you.
go.
I will take this. Oh, we got another base to our northeast. I don't know if anybody's in there though.
Okay. Let's go get it, man.
Got to go fight him. I don't know if there's anybody in there,
How
but
are you feeling?
well,
about
actually,
it?
we're
Yeah,
not.
the metal base?
They're not.
There's
This,
a lot of stuff built northeast. Yeah.
yeah, they can't be in the safe zone though, so we might as well not even bother with it.
True. Dusty Depot has to have at least one duo there. Alright, I'm checking through this mess up here. I'm not seeing any movement.
Yeah, I'm down here closer to Dusty. I'm not seeing anything. I'm gonna try to go inside and harvest a lot of these pallets, get myself some more wood.
Oh, nice. Okay. They actually left him, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, there's a lot of stuff built north of us.
You heard that? You heard that
I see
sniper
him
shot?
northeast of us. Yeah, about 30 to you. Yep.
Oh shoot!
Oh, where from?
Right in the right outside of Dusty, right here. I'm gonna try medding up. D's gonna rush me. I got 5 seconds on my med kit.
Oh shoot, I see him. Okay, knocked one.
Got a headshot on one of them.
Got him down there. Okay, nice. We got dudes 30 to us also. Be careful.
Okay. Yeah, you just want to rush this guy right. Oh shoot! Guy at the tree. 240.
240 in the tree?
Or but yeah, by the tree.
Wait.
Oh, I just got arrowed. Wait, what the hell?
Crap, dude. I'm going up. I'm going up.
Yeah, I'm just backing up.
Let's clear behind us before we push forward. Oh shoot! This guy's going to res his buddy. Yeah, let's try not to let this guy res. Killed him, killed him, killed him.
Nice, 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 good stuff.
The AR snipe. He had a bolt action.
Okay, you want to? Yeah, let's go for their body, because then yeah, watch out for the guy at 240 though.
Oh, I see that guy too. Yep,
There's
yep,
a dude
yep.
there. Yeah, I think only one of them, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's coming in tree. Oh yes, dude. Heal up if you want to, dude. Okay, there were people north of us, so be careful, be careful.
Oh, there's another make here for you. Here, I'll drop him.
All right. Oh, this guy's getting oh, it is another one.
Yeah,
Nice,
make
dude.
it down there for you. Yeah, yeah. Do you get any heals by chance, or any potions?
No, I don't. Sorry, man. Use
No
those two
worries.
you gave me. I'm not seeing any. There might be some around. Yeah, you check underneath, maybe.
I do
Okay,
see
this guy
some
up by
stuff
the tree,
underneath.
he left.
Just some rockets down here. I'll grab those.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you want to do? Oh, these guys at the tree are fighting somebody else. I see we go up on them right now. They're fighting people to the west.
All right, following you, following you. Yeah, they were getting what's that called? Crossbow. Ooh, you see him?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Fighting over there on that ramp. Right. Oh, these guys are backing up. They're gonna be at the red. Yep. They're gonna be at the red.
Good, man.
Yeah, the brick shed.
these
The brick
dudes are
shed.
shooting at us over here. Oh, I see him.
He's gonna have to push it to the safe zone here.
Ooh,
Oh, jump padding, jump
they're-
padding.
They're
He's
going
jump
in. They're going in. They're going in.
He's jump padding to him.
Go.
Oh shoot, dude just fell out of the tree. What? A teammate just fell right out of the tree.
Oh my God.
No idea he was up there. Grab all this dude stuff. I'm gonna heal up here real quick.
Yeah, I'm going in, dude. I should be alright. Oh, you got him. Nice.
Oh shoot. It was awkward for sure. Yeah, we got into the safe zone. Yeah, we got into the safe zone.
Yeah.
Trying to see if there's anything else I want to grab here.
Got him.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, this other team is running.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other team is running to the 165. Running sort of
okay.
more towards Salty Spring area. Yeah, so we just get over the factory here. Be your best option. I got some mini potions here for you too.
Oh, sweet, dude. I was looking on that guy. I was like, please, have something.
Let me get this tree right here.
Yeah. There's something blue in there. Oh, campfire, dude.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
I'll swing through.
And that's all you.
Yep. Dude, I don't know if this is looted, man. I don't think this is looted.
You don't think so?
Grabbing some wood.
Trying
Yeah,
to-
looks pretty unlooted, dude.
Alright. Oh,
Yeah, I got a chest right here.
Oh,
Careful,
is that-
dude,
is that you
careful.
building
Ooh,
up,
a
or is that
legendary
them?
scar. Okay, chill. You got minis for me?
I do, yeah. Right up top here.
Okay. All right, coming through.
Right up there
Thanks,
for you.
dude.
No problem.
Hey, go ahead and use the big boy.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Ooh. All right, chat. We getting this win right here? Yo, thank you very much, guys, for 1,000 likes. I do appreciate it. You guys are legends.
You have a scar, by the way, right?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay, do you have extra ammo? I only got 56.
I got 160. Yeah, I'll drop you half what I got
just
here.
just a few. Thanks, dude.
Oh, there's ammo right here.
Oh, there's some more over there. Nice. Yeah. Sweet, dude.
Yeah, I don't really know what we want to do about these guys that are... I don't know where they push.
Yeah, honestly, I'm good just right here, dude. Because there's not going to be really anybody behind us.
All right, yeah, I'm going to go check this other warehouse right over here.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, this is... I can't believe it's all moving.
Oh, yep, there's a chest right in here.
Woo!
And some more mini potions, too.
That's awesome. No way.
Yeah. Oh, I heard a drop open.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard a drop open to the southeast.
All right, I'm hitting this campfire just real quick.
Another scar chilling down here? What is going on?
What? So everybody's going to have scars this game.
I mean, nobody looted here, so maybe not. We'll see. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pick that up. Just because I don't have a sniper right now. Swap that out for my gray one and nobody takes it.
Oh, yeah. All right, I see some movement east 105. Ooh, almost hit.
I'll try to climb back up here.
And I'm getting shot by a
There's a drop right
going
here.
up onto the peak.
Oh, right up there. Okay, wow. That's definitely not something I want to engage with. You see this drop right here?
Yeah.
I'm not blocking your view, am I, with my tower here?
No, you're good, man.
I see one person moving to the 240 right in the middle of the open field.
240, okay.
They're behind a rock I'm shooting at right now. Right in that sort of general direction. No, for a fact there's a guy back there. I'm gonna go for this drop right here. Got pretty good cover. Should be able to loot it without this guy.
Where'd that guy go who was behind the rock?
I have no idea, to be honest. I got a scar. Or a gold bolt.
Nice, dude. I've got one too.
I'm hoping I can get a shot on these guys.
Dude, I wish we had a rocket launcher so bad right
now. Oh, I know, right? 10 people left. Feels like there should be less than that.
Yeah, seriously. Where are these guys hiding at, man? There's got to be people in the house over here.
These guys are building a big base over there.
Big time.
Yep.
Circles on us, though. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I don't know where any of these guys could be right now. Oh, you heard shots over there to the 240?
Yeah.
I don't see where, though. Hold on.
Me neither. Yeah, I've not seen anything on that.
He's got to be in the house.
Oh, I see him over here. Ooh, killed him.
Nice. 2 guys in the house. Hopefully one of them stands still.
Nice.
They don't know that I can see him.
Ooh, how did that not hit him in the face? Oh, here they come, dude.
What, where?
Above us.
Oh. Oh, shoot, they're coming for you. Shoot.
I'm good.
Okay.
Where they at?
They're right above you. I gotta heal up.
I freaking lit them up, dude.
Yeah, they're in there. For sure. Oh, there's rocket. Oh, yeah, people right down here, 210.
Okay, careful,
Oh,
careful,
shoot.
dude. I can't see anything or help.
Nah, it's all good. I'm gonna be alright. Nice, one guy's down.
Got that, dude.
Got one. He's gonna be grabbing his teammate. I think if you want to rush him, can you build up?
Oh, you killed him? You got one?
Yeah, I knocked one out. Right above you.
Uh-oh.
Got one teammate down. He's gonna die to the
I don't
storm.
know where this guy is, dude.
To the southwest. One guy to the southwest. Try to eliminate these guys. Yep, got him. Got them both.
I'm down, man. Two of them, they're both up. They're both up.
Oh,
These idiots, dude. Oh.
bro, I'm rotating material.
This guy has 5 health again, dude. What is going on with these 5 health shotgun survivors? Second one tonight where I got second place. I had
Chat.
5 health.
Chat, I
Dang,
died from
man.
fall damage, dude.
Dude,
I
just
died
saw
from
it.
fall damage. Oh,
Bro.
dude, I potatoed and tried to do that too quick. That was terrible.
I'm watching your face right now, dude. You're freaking hilarious. How did you pull that one off? All right, we getting your boys in?
Yeah, let me drag these guys in. Dude, they are gonna. Oh,
Dang,
they're about.
dude,
They're
that
about.
guy
To,
had
they're
5
literally.
health.
Guarantee it. They're about to roast me. Wait for this.
Look at it. Clip.
Yo, what's up?
I'm
Yeah,
fine.
I don't even want to hear it, dude.
That was rough.
I already clipped it, don't worry.
Oh, that's great. Fantastic. Wait, are you online right now, Billy? Oh yeah, you are.
Yeah.
I sent you an invite. Am I even friends with you? Yeah, I'm friends with you, Bear. I just invited you too. Oh man. So Denver, these are my mods.
Here we go, boys. What's up?
And
Oh,
that-
mods?
I mean, they're both mods, but yeah, I've been close friends with them for a while. So
Oh, nice.
it's insulting to only call them mods.
Yeah, we're just mods.
just the mods.
Oh,
Forever,
man.
Exactly.
Forget that you have to ready up.
Oh man.
Holy cow, dude. Did you see Avery's tweet? Look at all that Red Bull that guy's rocking, man. Is that his secret? Is that the key?
Is he real? Oh no, I didn't see his tweet.
The
Let
key
me
to
go check it out.
success? He always talks about Adderall, dude.
Damn, imagine if he actually, if he's a serious Adderall
Dude.
junkie. Oh no.
I mean, if I chug tons of coffee, I mean, you're alert. You're ready to roll, you know?
Yeah. Well, coffee's one
I
thing.
can
Adderall's
play like
another.
2 with you boys. I know.
Jesus, Red Bull Avery will be fully charged. Damn. Yo, so how do you feel about the possibility of skill-based matchmaking in Fortnite?
Mate,
Yeah. There
you
is
know,
a
I love
correct
stopping
answer to
dudes,
this
dude,
question.
But honestly, like, where you guys want to go tilted?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, we'll probably lose someone, but oh god, this place down here is awesome too. We should hit that up at some point. That factory too.
Oh yeah, down in the yeah, sort of an E9 roughly.
Yeah. I mean, if you want new players in the game, you've got to make it so they can compete. And if new players are getting matched up with pro players, like
Right.
it's just not fun. They
Well-
won't stick around.
But randomness is so much better. Like if you're,
That's kind of true, dude.
because then it sucks for us big players, like us good players, right? Because then we're
Yeah.
always going up against people that are sweaty.
Always struggling. Always.
You know,
fighting,
so then you're never gonna see those 20 bombs from good players anymore. You know, that's just never gonna
yeah,
happen.
yeah, you're right. You're right, man.
'Cause that, I mean, that was.
Let's back on the excitement. Like let let them fight it out. And
Right.
oh, you got a guy below you, man.
I do?
Like literally, Bears. He's on you.
Oh,
Oh,
Bear.
he just jumped down. Nice shoot, man.
I see a crossbow.
Oh, you got one. Nice.
Oh, I have a sniper right now.
Yo, it's all right. It's all right, Bear. I'm here with you.
Yeah.
Bear, it's me, buddy. You don't have to shoot at me.
It's a big tower. There's someone in it.
All right. I only have a white pump. You guys find anything? Let me know. Who's red? Oh, Billiard's way out there, huh?
Yeah, I'm sniping out here.
Cool, dude.
Oh, Jesus. Scared the living crap out of me. Oh, I hear guys building to the, or people to the south here. I gotta get some more wood, though, before I'm fighting anything, that's for sure.
Yeah. Feed up that furniture, dude. I'm telling you, that furniture.
Furniture just on fire. Yeah, the door's open.
Oops, that was me. Sorry.
I'm gonna check basketball court here for anything. Ooh. JD Foster says, I guarantee you Bear dies first. Oh, are we placing bets?
So did the however you pronounce it.
Here, I got a full shield for anybody who wants it. Oh, I got a bolt action, baby.
I did too, man.
Let's get it.
Dude, nobody landed here. What the heck is going on?
I don't believe
Or at least I'm not seeing anybody. Are you guys seeing a lot of people or not?
I don't think.
Nope.
No, I haven't run into anybody yet.
Wow. It's a first.
Tilted Towers.
Henis,
Yeah, what's up?
I have a gift for you.
For me? Is it my birthday?
Bad.
You're listening to
Bro, imagine
All
being
right,
in a.
I already have one.
Here.
I'll take the ammo though. Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? I'll double sniper.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be like.
Oh wait, I think I
I'll-
hear.
I'll just
I
miss
think
all my
I think
shots.
it's chest in here.
I know my life on the shotgun. Rip double sniper.
Yo,
If
this
you guys
this
can find an extra bolt, dude, I'll take it.
I'm up here.
You got an extra one?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
oh right
Bear
here,
that's saying that?
Job.
right here across to the east. Got one down. Oh whoa 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 my. Whoa!
Yeah, he's up
What
in
just
the top
happened? Whole game just lagged.
Okay, he's up in Trump Tower still. Ooh. Why, dude? I'm shooting towards him. Nice. Hit him, hit him once.
Oh my god!
I've got big heals if you guys need it.
You hear the teammate? I think.
Not the sniper right here.
Oh, okay. Where you at? Where you at?
Got
Okay.
I got the tower, yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Oh
man.
man. I hear my
one
footsteps,
more
but I think
chest.
that's you guys above me. Go ahead and heal up with this. Oh man. What's up to Mario? How you doing today, my man? I'll take those. Actually, hold on. Let me take that.
It's me, the Mario. Poor guy probably heard that too many times. Coming up Trump Tower. Oh, after I get this chest. I don't know where it's at.
Somebody already looted that. Definitely in need of some more wood.
Man, this is like totally unlooted, man.
Damn, I don't even think there's people over here in these buildings to the east here.
Hey, this was a.
Gotta get some of these trees.
Slurp juice here if anybody wants it on me. Bears.
Oh yeah, Barry, you should probably grab that.
I got
Yeah.
some minis right here too. Bears, come up here. Yeah, build on up, build on up. I'll break this down for you. I got 2 minis and this slurp for you. Right here, dude. Mini up, mini up, mini up.
I wish I had that skin. It's a pretty fun skin, man. I'm not gonna lie. A little over the top, but it's fun.
You're a brave man wearing that.
Oh shoot! People buildings to the 300, right on top of the building that we usually land at, Denver.
Oh, for real? Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I see a tower.
Got him. He's lit. I hit his shield off. Sniped him. I think it's only one
Wait,
guy up there.
Yo, watch it.
Oh shoot!
He jumped off.
Wait, is that a teammate?
This is a Chucky Beat production.
Turn yourself.
Oh, they're getting shot at. Yep.
Yeah, there's people at the clock tower house.
Yep.
I hear him. I hear this guy. Oh, he's down below.
Oh, nice.
Got him, headshot.
I'm looking clock tower right now. Just jumped out.
Hit him once.
Oh, is there somebody up above us? Oh, you got a billiard. All right.
Yeah.
There's a guy down in the street. I think he's wrapping around yet. Oh, somebody clock tower still. Hold on, I should be able to get a good sight on him. Keep him peeking.
Oh, got a headshot on him.
Nice.
Throwing grenades.
I'm back. Oh god, this.
Oh, got another headshot. Really weak. Has to be around 10 HP.
Oh, knocked him, dude. Grenade.
Oh, nice. Oh, shoot.
Bears. There's bears.
There's people up top. I'm gonna sit on the edge.
Oh, this guy
Wait a minute, what the heck's going on?
Bombs.
Yeah, bro, those are mine.
I was gonna say, what am I
This guy's
hearing?
up
Was that-
top. In a
Yeah, I have 7
air
damage.
suit.
7 health.
Wait, where are we looking? Where are we looking?
I'm going up. I'm going up. Pushing.
They all
No.
have bear suits.
They all, oh my god. That's actually scary.
All right, I'm lighting him up.
I'm trying to see where they are. Oh no! I'm coming up.
I don't think they see me.
Wait, where's this guy?
Right down below, building up.
Got him, dude. Dead.
Nice,
All right,
nice.
Where's Bears?
I have no. Oh, he's right over here. I'm gonna go grab him.
Holy heck, that was a lot. I've got med kits for you, Bears. Come dropping it.
Dimitri Whitlock said that he was gonna bet all his coins that I died first. He obviously was wrong.
Yeah, I saved you.
All right,
man.
right here, Bears. Minis and whatever goodies. Oh, nice. We got a launch pad, guys.
Oh, you got one?
Yeah, I got a launch pad. Yep.
Nice. I'm gonna go down and check that dude's loot that you killed. Unless you already got it.
I got a blue tack right here. Blue tack on me.
Oh, let me go grab that.
We got grenades coming in.
Oh, shoot, yeah. I don't know where that's from.
Any idea where?
I don't think so. Whoa, yo! What are you doing?
Bandages.
Ah. I have no idea. I was wondering what you were doing. I thought you were trying to troll me. I definitely heard those nades. I have no idea where they came from, though. Maybe straight down below? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go grab this guy's loot all the way down here.
Yeah, there's a blue tack and all that stuff. I don't know if you want it, man. You need it?
What is that right over there?
I don't need
Oh, it's
ammo.
crossbow.
Or I just need ammo. Or another good AR.
There was a blue AR up here. Did you get one?
Where?
Well, there's a green for sure, but I dropped a blue after I found this beautiful scar.
Oh, the blue one just slid down
Over
the
here.
hill, I think. I
I blew it
picked
down right here.
Okay,
Under
perfect.
me. Also, do you have room for minis, guys? I've got minis if you want to hold on to them.
Yeah, I'll take some. Yo,
2 under me.
is that Zoik coming in with a raid? Yo, Zoik, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, brother.
Have to go.
Yeah. I'm gonna go check the top of this building right over here real quick. Yo, Zoik, thank you so much for the raid, man. That's a beefy raid, brother. Yo, thank you so much, man. Dude, I remember you said after I raided you that you were like, I'll get you back, but it won't be a big one. Dude, that's a good raid right there, man. That was me by accident. Yeah, that was me by accident. Yo, thank you so much, Zoik. I appreciate it, man. Yo, let's get some Zoik hype in the chat, guys. Appreciate the love, man.
Yo, Henis, be careful. I don't know if somebody just built up over there. Did you see it at south?
No, I didn't see
I
anything.
think I just saw something get finished building.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna check down here real quick. Pick up this wooden brick.
I didn't build this flat piece, so I'm pretty sure somebody else was here and built that.
Oh, the flat piece over? No. To the west, that was me.
Oh, okay.
I built that. Yeah. Yo, everybody coming in from the Zoik raid, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe if you guys are new. We really appreciate. Oh yeah, we gotta get to the safe zone. For sure. Are we outrunning this one right now? This can't be the first one. I'm moving at the same pace as this. Yeah, I'm not gonna take any damage at all.
Oh, nice.
Can't be the second one either then. Damn. That's pretty nice. Look at that. Hey, what's up, Jeremiah? How you doing today, my man? Oh. Just barely caught myself right there.
Trick, you have no points to bet. You lost all of them.
Hey, what's up, JC? What's up, Shadow Killer? Oh, drop right here.
Oh, nice, dude.
Let's see what we got. What's up, Typical Shadow Gaming Emerald? Welcome to the stream, guys. Got another med kit here, some more minis. I can pick all those up. Gold semi-auto there if anybody wants one.
No thanks.
Oh, right up here with Bear.
Up here.
Bear's so good, bro. He's so good.
Did you kill that guy?
Yeah, he did.
I wasn't even paying attention.
Trying to figure out where the... Well, no, he insta-died, so... Oh, no, he didn't. I got 2 jump pads here for us, too, if we need them.
You have a mini potion?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got 5. Here, Bear. Right here. Drop 2 right there.
I just need 1.
Oh, okay.
I'll drink both of them.
Well, no, you can't. You can only drink 1. It only brings you up to 50.
He's at 50 now.
Oh, were you at like 49 or something? Just looked really
He's
close.
at 23 and drank 148.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, we got some fights over here at 60.
Yeah, I'm 19 years old, guys. Win for me? What's up, Iron? Still watching, man. Love it. Yo, Big Center, you've been here for the whole stream, bro. I appreciate that. Been live for 5 hours?
Dang,
Bro, I'm
dude.
telling you, time literally started flying when I started playing with you. Denver. Oh, maybe in front of me.
It can go, son. Oh, yeah,
I think guys on top of the mountain, I think.
I'm not even seeing him, man.
Going on top of the mountain here.
Oh, shoot, we got. Okay, we got some dudes over here at the east, southeast, down below.
There's a chest right near you, too, there. Just so you know. Oh, yeah. Here, I'm gonna try to get
We got
above
a couple
him.
guys here, yep. Some are pushing, some are not. You guys got these guys from above? Oh, dude, slaughter them. They have no shields and stuff. Yeah, I've got all their attention.
Knocked 1.
Where are they?
Straight down, right below us.
Hey, there's one trying to build up. I'm
You gonna rush it, you said?
oh, yeah, I'm going
Oh,
in.
no, we can't. We got the storm.
Okay, alright. I'll be quick.
Come on, kids. Watch out, because there's 2 of them.
Oh, shoot, there is 2 right here.
Got another one? One last guy, just one more guy. Got him.
Nice. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. I saw a chug jug.
Yeah, I got 2
Grab
makers here
it,
for you
let's
too,
get
so you
slaughtered,
can take
dude.
some time to loot here if you want.
Yeah, good point, dude. There's a chug jug in there if anybody wants it.
Back in the storm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
probably.
go get it. I mean, if you're low on shield or whatever, you'll have time to go in there, get it, come back out.
Nah, I think we'll be all right.
Okay, I'm chug jugging, guys. One sec. Dude, I got bored. Get in there with the shotgun, you know?
No,
Move, right?
people like north,
Yep.
I'm pretty sure.
People north right along Loot
You
Lake
guys
here. I
need
think.
AR ammo? I've got 800 plus.
I got 300. I'm all set.
Okay, sweet.
Drop me like 200.
Yeah, right here, dude. 334.
I think there's guys along the shore
it?
here to the
Whoops.
north.
What was that? You want some SMG ammo? 425 on you.
I'm pushing down on these guys right here. I think there's guys running the other side of the. Actually, you know what? We should probably focus.
Henis, I've got here. Take the shield, dude.
Oh,
big shield, big
perfect.
shield. All right, right here.
Beautiful. Remember, I got 2 jump pads too, so we could probably try to jump pad right to the middle of Loot
yeah,
Lake
you
or something
want
if
to?
we want.
Okay, when you guys see him, let's do it. Yeah, let's come down here and jump pad up the top of this house. This little player.
Okay,
build
yeah.
structure.
Oh, they're building right
Oh,
in
I
the
see
bit,
people
right,
down
yeah,
below, yeah.
in the cave of Loot Lake. Yeah. There are people that got shot and killed across Loot Lake due to the north here.
Knocked one. Let's go, boys.
Nice. You ready? Oh, you already put one down. Oh, okay, perfect.
Yep.
You don't have to build that high, Henry.
I'm going in. I'm
On the
sailing
roof?
in, boys.
One's on the roof. Oh, he's going for me, man. Come on, bro.
Oh, 3. Where's the 4th, dude? Oh my gosh, man. You see me sail through that freaking little hole?
God, you're so good, bro.
Was Bear having some trouble there or what?
I gotta heal up
Oh,
real
there's
quick.
only one left, boys. That's it. Just one to go.
Anybody got
Oh, I
any?
see him. He's a bush.
Yo, anybody want to? No, we want to trap him? Want to try trap him?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
All right, get across the water.
Oh, I
He's
see him. I
so
see him.
low right now.
Yeah, he's in the middle of the
Alright,
water.
let's go.
Behind you, Bear. Behind you. Like, no, not that way. The other way.
I got 4 traps.
I don't care.
No, yeah.
Oh crap, he's got a minigun.
Oh no.
He can't hit me. I'm just running at him, dude. He can't hit me.
Yo, Bear's gonna like fun.
And
Oh wait, what the hell?
oh what?
Now. Die already,
No.
Bear. Hey, Bear.
Wait, Bear dancing? Do I hear Bear dancing right now? Oh, he's using the jump pad. He's using the jump pad.
There's 2 people alive.
Oh shoot, there is.
Wait, is
two.
there really?
Bro, someone
Okay,
opened
keep it over here.
a like supply drop, and I'm like, wait. Bear's dancing the entire time.
Here, I'm gonna open up this drop right here and see what's
Alright, man.
see if there's a boogie bomb in it.
Somebody.
Alright, these guys are right.
Boogie bomb? No, shoot.
Oh, man.
Oh, they're in the attic right now. Or at
Hey,
least one
just gotta
is.
make that jump, Bear. Gotta make that jump. Hey.
Maybe they're not in the attic. What the heck, dude?
Oh no, at where you guys launch pad. The first launch pad.
Oh, he's
wait.
jumped into the house. He's in the house somewhere. He just flew in.
What? This guy.
Picked up
Oh, right underneath, right underneath.
Oh,
All right, one more
Good kill,
solo.
Bear.
One more solo.
there's one dude in this
Yeah.
house terrified right now.
gonna nade him.
Yeah, alright, do it.
Ah, nah, Henis.
Oh, okay, I see him. I see him. Hold on, everybody relax. Everybody relax. Don't do anything.
I can't relax.
Alright, hold on.
Nope.
No, 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 don't let me. I tried to trap him. Oh no!
Yes, let's go.
Nice, dude.
I had 0, by the way.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Wait.
Win?
Yeah, we
Win
won.
with me?
I got 9
Oh,
on that one.
man.
Bear, we have always won with Bear, you know?
Yeah, how many kills do you
Alright,
have
I'll
there?
play one more with you boys.
All right. Yo, GG's in the chat, guys. Drop a like if you're new. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Damn. Damn. Oh boy.
That was good.
And that
What's-
was an easy game for me, boy.
What's the big deal with PC? Why do all the pros love it? It's easier to aim with a keyboard and mouse. You can make faster movements. You can be more versatile because you got more options on a keyboard as opposed to the limitations you have with a controller. Get better FPS. Everything's smoother. Graphics are better. And yeah, you don't have console plebs. So. Nah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to personal preference, really, to be honest. I mean, I just enjoy keyboard and mouse a lot more.
Do you like a lot of FPS or little FPS?
Yeah, right, exactly. A lot of first-person shooter or only a little first-person shooter? What's up, Kieran? What are the differences between an Xbox and PC? I mean, I just listed a few of them right there for you. I don't really know what else. All right, I vote tilted one last game.
Oh, God. Okay.
I'm feeling a final dub right here. This is it.
You jinx it.
Nah,
you gotta
I didn't
go.
jinx it. Nah, what I just did is I just instilled motivation.
I'm not very motivated right now.
You'll feel it as soon as you land. Trust.
I don't know. I'll let you know.
All right, all right, all right. Yo, what's up, Italian Turtle? Welcome back to the stream, man. All right, I
just still don't feel it.
I'm landing near this closest brick house.
Oh, wait. I know. I feel
Brick
it.
building.
Never mind.
All right, there we go, there we go.
Shoot the guy with the gun.
Bro, shut up. I know this guy also has to go with me. Okay, yep. I'm at. Break it. Yeah, we're good. God, we're so good, Bear.
Wait, is that somebody? Oh, that's you.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, he's so bad. Damn, Chroma V1. All right, peace, bro.
See someone on me or no?
I don't think so. Could be wrong though.
Yeah, I
Rip
think I heard
in
someone
the
behind us.
chat. Why is everybody spamming 10-hour stream? No, guys, I'm not streaming for 10 hours. Been live for over 5 already. It's past midnight for me. I need my beauty sleep, guys. You think I wake up looking this beautiful every day? Come on now. Come on.
Did you see that, Henis?
Okay.
Nah, I'm spectating Denver guy right now. What'd you do?
Oh,
Actually, I'm gonna spectate Bear
what
right
if you
here.
died?
You missed my beat.
Alright, here we go, Bear. Here we go, Bear. Here we go, Bear. Oh. Oh. Ooh, king of the bears.
Where is this guy hiding?
Oh, Bear, man. That's funny.
Where did
I
I
killed,
go?
like-
Oh, shoot. Oh, nice down, nice. Damn, you took all your shield off.
Yeah, that was rough, dude.
I don't even think.
Did he run away?
Yeah, I think so.
A couple shots and just
Backtracked.
like, I'm out.
Yeah, he was like, oh, that's gotta be that Denver guy. No thanks. I'm good. Your voice is deeper than I remember? Well, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. 24-hour stream confirmed? Never. Never. Alright, we'll see how Billiard and Denver play this out here.
I have no resources, so I'm looking pretty rough.
Damn, alright, Billiard.
What?
How many kills you got right now?
I have 4.
Damn, I see you. I see you with that salt emote. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Bro. It's the greatest emote now.
I'm running around with a white burst and a green SMG. No resources, dude. This is certain death in no time.
Oh yeah, they're jumping on top of you. At least that's what it seems like. I'm on my way.
Nice.
Okay, well, that.
Oh, through the window. Damn. Oh, whoa.
Oh,
Oh, I
what?
get that
Come
down.
on, dude. When the AR hits just right, like
Right. There was no bloom with that at all.
Alright.
All right, here we go, Billiard. Time to clutch up, baby.
I DC. I'm getting out of here. Billiard, good luck, man. I'll see you guys later.
Yo, thanks for playing, man.
Yeah, that was fun, Henis. Thanks, man. See ya.
Billiard here in a 1v4 situation. That's awesome, buddy. Able to get a couple shots out, but ultimately does not win the
Don't
gunfight.
talk to me. Yo, why is everything robotic?
All right, guys. I think I'm heading out.
Returned it. Oh, wow.
Bruh, I've been streaming for over 5 hours.
Okay.
All right, man.
Okay.
All right.
Have fun.
Thanks, man. You too.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm heading out. Appreciate all the support. You guys were absolute legends in the live stream today. I got a banger video going up for you guys tomorrow that I know you guys are really going to enjoy. Make sure you guys have notifications on if you don't already. Tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it, tweet it at me on Twitter at ProHenis. I do follow every single notification squad member back. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid here. Let's head over to YouTube Gaming. We're gonna see who's worthy of a raid, man. Let's get it. YouTube Gaming. Who's getting a raid? Who's streaming some Fortnite past midnight? Who's on the grind, man? You gotta pay attention. Who is on the grind? Who is on the grind? And damn, this ProHenis dude looks pretty sick. I'm trying to find somebody who I haven't already raided yet. I've raided like all these people. I don't even know who that guy is. We want to try to usually raid the smaller people though too. Am I popping up twice? Look at me, bro. I'm OG. I don't even know how that happens, man. Oh god. All right. Veller. All right, we're raiding this guy. I'm gonna go ahead and post the link in the chat. I want all you guys to go over to his stream. Damn, he looks jacked. Type hashtag Henis raid in the chat. Show the man some love. I'd really appreciate it. Turn him up here. All right, guys. Everybody head over to his stream. Hashtag Henis raid. We really, really appreciate it. You guys are absolute legends. Go blow up this dude's stream. Show him the hashtag Henis raid love. Let's get it.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
like, I love it.
Yo, hashtag Henis right in the chat, everybody.
What?
Go show him some support.
Come on, let's do it. Kieran, what up, buddy? Oh my god, am I getting a raid right now?
Yo, hashtag Henis right in the chat, guys. Make sure you guys drop a like on the stream.
Raid? Yo, oh god. Oh god. It's a huge. Yo. Wait. I got a raid going. 1 second.
Yo, hashtag Henis right in the chat, guys.
Dude, I've heard good things. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, he knows who we are,
1
boys.
second,
Yo, let's go.
Raider.
Let's get it.
Yo, welcome, Raiders.
Yo.
Bro, it's a phenomenal gaming experience. Yo, Henis, thank you so much, buddy.
I got you, man.
I can't speak right now. Yo, welcome, Raiders. Are you getting shot at?
Yo, everybody go show this guy some love. I'd really appreciate it. All right, guys, I'm heading out. Appreciate all the love. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. We'll be live for another epic Fortnite endeavor. We're gonna be going for some more record low ProHynis. It happens, man. It happens. I'm gonna get some work done. Got some videos to work on for you guys. Big things, guys. Big things. Big things. Make sure you guys follow me on Twitter. Twitter's @ProHynis. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all. I will see your beautiful faces in the next one. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming. And as always, stay cool. Adios. Gotta figure out why that damn button doesn't work.